Excellent. Lovely. Yes, thank you. This one, at least I feel like I can move around. There you go. So once you have that, I would appreciate. I have spoken to the CEO, and he said that in the next couple of years, we shall be having this summit happening even in different African countries because it is an African chapter. So probably the first people to share on LinkedIn X, if you have shared, shout, because I think we shall give some tickets. You know, Kenyans love gifts. Look at them. Now they are very quick. Just checking anyway. Thank you so much for that. Can I have the next slide, please? The next slide, please. And this is how we shall engage. If you don't mind, type your phone that, slido.com, and the passcode is ACIS all through the day. Because we shall have amazing speeches. We shall have amazing discussions here. Feel free to even engage with a speech. Does that make sense? So it's not always when the panel is there and you ask a question. When someone is speaking here, feel free to engage by writing a comment also, or that kind of thing. So I'm waiting for you. Type that, slido.com, ACIS. I'll be very glad if we can flow with that. I'll be very much glad if we can flow with that. Excellent. Give me the next slide, please. I want to see how many people have done that. Next slide. There you go. Let's do a quick check-in with everyone. How are you feeling as we kick off today? I'll be able to see. Some people I know are energized and ready to go. On your phone, it can tell you. So now we are participating. Everybody's going to be participating today. Let's see how we are on day 3. Let me see. Some people here are here because their boss sent them. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's KPI. I understand. But please, please don't look at the screen only. Participate, sir. I can see you. Someone is just enjoying. We are 13. I will stop when we get the sample of 25. We have quite a number here. 25 is my sample. So feel free to engage. Because even through this session, as you can see on your phone, there's the poll side and the Q&A side. That Q&A side will be there for you to give any question you have, any comment you have, all through the day to ensure that we are all engaging. We're at 20. If your neighbor hasn't got it, 23 so far. 2 more to go. Then we can close this. Thank you so much. 25. There you go. Lovely. So the people, the room, 50% energized and ready to go. I love that. There's still some 4% there, you can tell. Nico too. My boss sent me. We understand you. Please have extra tea. All right? Lovely. Hey, we have hit even 30. Thank you, Sodo. Tech team, give me the next slide very fast, just to gauge the room and feel one. In one word, how would you describe the last 2 days? You've been here. You've seen it all. One word. Just one word. How would you describe the last 2 days? I just want to see whether you had great, amazing, awesome, eye-opening, fantastic, good. I love this. Super. Lovely. Please don't copy your neighbor. Just use your own words. I'm just checking. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Enlightening. Imekuwa fiti. Someone has said that. Imekuwa fiti. For those who may not understand that, they're just saying it was fine. Excellent. Fabulous. Hey, this is like a grammatical class. Someone is saying enlightening and great exposure. Lovely. When you see those big words, it means the majority of the people are saying it was awesome, fantastic, informative. I can't wait to see how day 3 will be. Lovely. If you don't be left behind, so make sure you can scan that QR code if you haven't been able to log in. Finally, can I see by gauging how we have done? Final slide, please give me the final slide. I would appreciate that. There you go. What lessons have stood out for you so far? Just type something. Any lesson that, you know, the last 2 days you went there and you said, wow, this has been amazing. I'd like to know from your end. I love the speed here. 18 persons are typing. I'm not sure I'll even catch up with this. This is good. Funding important. Funding is important, I believe. Less talking, more building, carbon markets, dynamics. The future is green in finance. How large the climate space really is. Adaptation investment in good business. Need for mobilizing local capital. Be bold. So much to do. Data is key. Climate investment finance needs to be tripled. Wow. Look at this. We need less talk, more action, making money as we go green. Climate is full of opportunities. I love these lessons. Look at it. Know your market before making the product. Partnerships are key. Resilient climate infrastructure. Look at this. I love this. I am loving this. Thank you so much. Beautiful. And I can't wait as well to learn. Look at all the people. We have to wait for the 6 persons who are still typing to get that. And if you don't mind... Felix, you whispered something to me. I think Felix whispered something to me. You could just text me that so that at least I call the relevant person to open up the session. I would appreciate that. This is very good. Look at the lessons. Look at the lessons. They were really amazing. This was really good. Just to see how the day is flowing. What stood out for you? My goodness. Partnerships is the way to go. Look at the words there. When you look at the top, adaptation, investment, climate, market, it just means the key words. Look at this one. This is a PhD candidate. Catalyzing climate entrepreneurship calls for partnerships from entrepreneurs to investors to policymakers. Lovely. I like the energy. We are so far 40 and good, and this is very good. So if you look at your phone, that was the poll side. The other side is Q&A. So when the speakers come here, engage with them. When the panelists come here, engage with them. Don't let any question pass you, so that at least we can have a very bold discussion, all right? Excellent. So thank you so much for that. I look forward to an amazing day as well from your end. Now, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to do the invitation. And I want at this moment to invite Charles Nemachena, the GCA Africa Director, to give an opening session remarks. A round of applause to Charles as he comes. Makofi tafadhali. You can do better. You can do better. Thank you so much, Charles. Welcome. So that at least we can proceed on. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
All protocol observed. Just to appreciate our partners, 𝐇𝐚𝐩𝐧𝐠, that we have been working with. And also on behalf of the Global Center on Adaptation Leadership. For our work, we work with partners at the international, national, local levels to advance, accelerate, innovate climate adaptation action at speed and scale across the continent. And our flagship program, the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, that we've been implementing with the African Development Bank and partners across the continent. And here in Kenya, we are so glad that 𝐇𝐚𝐩𝐧𝐠 has been one of the partners that we have been partnering with. And this summit is actually very important also for us, because as we've been implementing our programs, especially for the climate adaptation finance work stream, we realize also the importance of working more with domestic, regional development finance institutions. And to do that, this kind of meetings actually brings us together with those partners so that we explore further how can we work together to accelerate implementation of adaptation action on the ground with these local and regional partners. And yesterday we also had our innovative youth presenting or pitching the innovative ideas that they have on adaptation action that they are working on here in Nairobi. So we had a Youth Adapt Challenge that we're implementing across 5 countries, partnering with 𝐇𝐚𝐩𝐧𝐠. And yesterday in the next room, the youth were actually pitching up their ideas, and today they will actually be continuing. So we look forward to engaging more with local partners, building partnerships, strengthening them, so that together we work and accelerate more action on climate adaptation action. And through these engagements that we are having here, we look forward to exploring more partnerships, strengthening the partnerships that we have, so that as we go in the next phase of our program, we actually work more with local partners so that we accelerate action on adaptation and ensure that more resources flow to the people who are feeling the impacts of climate change more on the ground, more action on the ground, so that we don't just talk of the billions, the millions being abstract, but we ensure that those finances are trickling down to ensure there's more action, adaptation action and resilience on the ground. And we really appreciate what is happening here, especially the engagements with private sector investors that we are seeing, which is actually very important to ensure that not only adaptation is a public issue of concern, but we also see private sector also contributing to reduce the adaptation finance gap that we see that is already growing, where we are trying to ensure that what we are doing, we see more action, finance flowing on the ground to reduce the adaptation finance gap and ensure that the adaptation ambition the countries have is actually translated into action that brings sustainable, inclusive growth on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him one more time. Thank you so much for that. Wow. Quick and straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, in the same breath, and I hope you're flowing and catching up with the conversation, allow me as well to invite another gentleman who's going to keep on with the conversation. Remember, just a quick reminder, today is about leadership dialogues and Africa investment agenda for COP30. So please put your hands together for Felix Magaji, the Director, Enterprise Support and Investment at KCIC. A round of applause to him. Felix, welcome to this stage. Come take us through all this. And remember, please, I keep telling you, I am checking whether people are reacting to this. If you feel anything, just write it down so that we can engage. Welcome, Felix.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Looks like the breakfast has not done the wonders it was supposed to do this morning, but I hope that even as we start that day, you know, as I was coming to the podium, I remembered, allow me to quote one or two scriptures. You know, the Bible says, better is the end of a thing than the beginning thereof. So this is the last day. I hope you remember when Jesus talked about the last day of the feast. So this is our last day. And I hope that, ladies and gentlemen, the last 2 days we have had some great moments, conversations. We have done some good networking. I was telling somebody yesterday evening that I'm happy some entrepreneurs have gotten some good conversations with some investors. And that is the very essence and the very core pillar of this investment summit. And so this morning, as we start today, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have a number of sessions that we will be taking today, especially the next 2 hours. And especially today, we are looking at the issue of leadership. I know the private sector has taken the lead in terms of a number of discussions that have gone past in the last 2 days. And all those discussions cannot be able to work without proper leadership, not only in the government sector, but also in the private sector. And so today, we want to look at the issues touching on leadership in terms of men and women who have taken and have experience in terms of climate financing. We'll be having some roundtable discussions. We'll look at also issues touching on how can we be able to create a movement in Africa that can be able to spark conversations, but also attract the much needed climate finance, which we have talked about and talked about and talked about. When Maina was looking at the responses from one of the questions that he has put across, is that people are saying this is time for action. We have talked enough. And ladies and gentlemen, I echo those statements. We have really gone to so many conferences. When shall we start seeing traction in terms of all the discussions? You know, the climate summit has been there. So many promises have been made. How do we turn those promises into action for purposes of ensuring that the innovations which are coming to offer solutions in the mitigation and also adaptation space have gotten the support, not only financial, but also technical, to be able to take their products to the market and start creating some systemic change within our ecosystems. In the same vein, I also want to mention that, you know, acting alone will not take us to where we are going. We have, as ecosystems in the innovation space, looking at issues touching on climate adaptation and mitigation, it has come to our attention that, you know, looking at issues as an organization as KCIC will not really work. And that is why one of the key things, pillars of KCC Strategy 4.0 is to look at the Pan-Africa setting. How can we be able to leverage, you know, our brothers and sisters who are operating in other markets, in West Africa, in East Africa, in Central Africa, in Southern Africa, to be able to join hands and try to see how can we be able to bring on board synergies. And also, perhaps, when you have 2, 4, 5 organizations looking for this same financing, then perhaps the people who have the money could also be able to listen to us. That explains why we have people like Bankole here, who is the CEO of Nigeria Climate Innovation Center. We are also very happy, honored this morning to have Bwana Stephen from Uganda, who is the CEO of the Private Sector Foundation. We also have some good conversations with the Ghana Climate Innovation Center, South Africa Climate Innovation Center. It's so good to mention that through Stephen and the team from PSF, Uganda, we should be able to put up a climate innovation center in Uganda very soon. And that tells you that the movement has started kicking off. And so today, KCAC also will be looking at issues touching of how can we create a platform that can be able to attract investment, the much needed investment. One of the major headaches in the room, especially for the private sector, is how can we secure concessional financing. And so as KCAC, we have thought of one, creating a revolving fund that is Pan-African in nature, number one. Second, we will be launching a Pan-Africa platform that can be able to really attract investment that can be deployed to solve some of the emerging issues, especially with the private sector who are innovating around climate change issues. So today is a very great day. That's why I'm saying that it's good that we start with that scripture, that better is the end of a day. So today is the last day of the feast. And so I hope that the conversations, people will not be speaking theories. We are talking about how can we put our hands together to get things moving. As I said, we have talked enough. Now it is a time for us to ask ourselves, where is the money? How do we put our hands together to have those resources? And I said, one individual cannot be able to make the much needed change. And so the first discussion that we have this morning, we'll be inviting to the stage the MC, whereby we'll be able to have a panel discussion with a couple of very distinguished guests, men and women who have been in this sector for quite some time, who have supported enterprises across a number of issues, who will be able to shed more light in terms of what are some of the synergies that we'll be creating, and from, of course, from a leadership perspective. I don't want to speak much because time is not on our hand, but I hope that all these discussions that we have had the last 2 days have been able to open up and have been able to motivate you and also creating synergies and also networks that can be able to help us that the next 1 year when we are meeting perhaps here again, we are talking about perhaps, and we should be able to have testimonies of 2025 Climate Investment Summit in terms of the deals that have been closed, in terms of the synergies, in terms of the complex partnerships, in terms of all that has been done today. We want to see the results. With those few remarks, I want to invite the panel lead to be able to take us the next phase. Asante.
Thank you, Felix. And Mino, I'm sorry, don't run. That's why the carpet is telling you to stay there. Just go back on the mic. I have one question. Because you saw from the comments of the people here, they're saying we are talking, and it's time for action. If it were up to you, assuming you have all the powers that be, all right? The CEO has decided to give you all the budget you needed. What's the one thing you would do to make us get to action? Just asking you randomly. What's that?
Well, if I think the biggest problem that we have in Africa today is concessional finance. We can have all the talk, but without money at the end of the day, it doesn't make sense. Concessional aligned finance for the young women and men who have created very innovative enterprises that can be able to give us solutions on the spot, touching on climate change.
All right. Let's appreciate Felix. Thank you so much. Felix is part of the persons who's supposed to help us see these things come to fruition. That's why I put him on the spot a bit. But thank you so much for those remarks. Concessional financing. Okay. I have seen from the comments the people saying that yesterday we talked a lot about money. And I've also seen in the house, for example, I think I saw some faces. In this country, we have people with that money. Even in Africa, money is there. Probably it's how do we convert it and attract it. Right? Excellent. And I hope that out of these deliberations, we shall be able to achieve that. Ladies and gentlemen, in the same breath, I would like to invite Ben Ramey, the East Africa Development Bank country manager. We're talking money here, and oh my goodness, East Africa Development Bank is here. So please put your hands together for him as he comes as well. Come share your thoughts as well, and karibu sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I've not been called now that we are talking about concessional money. My name is Ben Raminya. I'm from East African Development Bank. We normally call it EADB. EADB is basically, for those who may not know, an organ of the EAC, one of the institutions of the EAC. And for that, we are a regional bank, basically, with a presence in 4 countries. That's Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. I am very happy to be here, and with all protocols observed, it is a privilege for me to speak on this topic that is both urgent and inspiring. And we are talking about building a Pan-African climate investment platform, which I think is overdue. The East African Development Bank, we are, being a regional investment bank, we have an investment and social responsibility, and we affirm our commitment to building a resilient and inclusive and a green future for East Africa. The science is clear, ladies and gentlemen. While Africa contributes less than 5% of global emissions, we are disproportionately affected by climate change. In East Africa, climate-sensitive sectors like agriculture, water, energy, which are the backbone of our economies, are adversely impacted. However, we also keep noting the effects of the same in terms of floods, droughts, and shifting weather patterns, which are not abstract, and they are being felt in our farms, in our homes, and in our markets. But within this challenge lies a tremendous opportunity to empower African entrepreneurs to lead the charge in climate innovation. At EADB, we recognize that climate entrepreneurship is not just about business. It's about survival, sustainability, and transformation. That is why at EADB, we are currently investing in, 1, green growth programs that promote low carbon technologies, climate-friendly products, and sustainable consumption. We are also looking in terms of priority at SME financing initiatives, which include a recent partnership with the OPEC Fund to support climate-smart SMEs and infrastructure across the region. We also are creating dedicated funds, such as the SME facility launched in Rwanda, to empower over 500 SMEs in agriculture, transport, and manufacturing. All these efforts are designed to unlock innovation, create jobs, and build resilience in our communities. We believe that the future of climate action lies in the hands of African entrepreneurs, especially youth and women who are developing solutions in renewable energy, climate-smart agriculture, circular economy, waste value addition, green fintech, and digital climate services. Our region is rich in solar, biomass potential, yet we must bridge the gap between potential implementation. That means improving access to finance, reducing regulatory barriers, and investing in skills and innovation hubs. What must we do to achieve this? We must scale up climate finance. Africa currently receives only about 3.3% of global climate finance. Therefore, we must mobilize more capital for green SMEs. We must promote inclusive innovation by ensuring that rural, youth-led, and women-led enterprises are not left behind. And we must leverage on partnerships. Multilateral development partners, governments, and the private sector must co-invest in Africa's growth for the future. Let us commit to building an African where climate entrepreneurship thrives. where every innovation has the tools to be turned into ideas so that we can achieve the desired impacts. Where green growth is not only a slogan, but we live it as a reality. At EADB, we are not just financing development, but we are catalyzing sustainable socioeconomic in transformation. And ladies and gentlemen, we are inviting all of you to walk this path with us as a regional DFI. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Beautiful. I was just walking around to see, and people are really concentrating because you look like money, and we want the money. Thank you so much for putting us up on that. I want to appreciate the people who are sending in some of the questions already. I've seen 2. And before I call in my panelists, probably we might as well help people get to know that. And I'm sure if you're still logged in, you can see the questions that are coming in, which is very good. And just want to caution you that when the panelists come here, feel free to as well engage with them. Ask any question. You don't have to put your name there. It can be anonymous, but ask relevant questions, all right? So that at least we can have that direction. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to transition right away to our panel session. We're talking about building a Pan-African climate investment platform. You've heard from the money, the context of Kenya, but what do we do? So I'll call my panelists just by name and title and help me bring them up here with a round of applause. Let's go all the way to Nigeria. And the CEO, CIC, Bankole, is right here. So please put your hands together for him as he comes. Bankole Oluruntoba is right here. Please welcome. Oh my goodness. Dressed Nigerian completely. There you go. We agreed we appreciate them more until they get here, right? Excellent. The nice way. Feel free. We started with you because I was told if you don't call Nigeria first, you're done. There you go. Then next we have, all the way in Uganda, we have Stephen Asimwe, PSFU. So please put your hands together for Stephen as he comes as well. A round of applause to Stephen. PSFU, he will tell us more about what they're doing there. Welcome, sir. Good to see you. All the way. Welcome, sir. Feel free as well to sit around there. And of course, our man right here in Kenya, our CEO, Kenya Climate Innovation Center, Joseph Murabula. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir, to the stage. Let's have this conversation. This is going to be beautiful. Lovely, lovely. Welcome. And lovely gentlemen. I think they're saying hi to each other just to tell them we will have a good time. And I believe we will. This panel is representing 3 countries, as you heard. And the major gist of this conversation is in matters cross-border collaboration and synergies that Africa can leverage. Gentlemen, welcome. Allow me to also have a seat here next to Nigeria, just to be careful. Before we start, ladies and gentlemen, I told you I like engaging the panelists. We're talking Pan-African. Sometimes it sounds so interesting. So Tech Team, could you, if you don't mind, could you give me that poll? Just click on the next slide, because I would like to ask the people, when you hear Pan-African climate investment platform, what comes to mind first? It is you now to tell me. It's on your phone, just check it out. What comes to mind? I give you options. Is it continental collaboration and shared vision? Is it access to finance and investment pipelines like you've had from the Africa Development Bank? Is it about partnerships and policy alignment? Is it innovation and scalable climate solutions? Let me get about 15 persons responding on this, then we can start. My panelists, this will be our first question. What are your thoughts when you look at what people think and look at this question? What are your immediate thoughts when we are talking Pan-African climate investment platform? And maybe because we have Nigeria and Uganda, because Kenya, we know what they do, probably you could start by, first of all, giving us a context of what you're doing in your country, then answer to this particular question, then we can flow. There you go. Look at the room. The room thinks this way, that when they hear And technically, you can also give us on the compost slide as well, so we can watch it, so that my guests can also see it. That when you hear Pan-African Climate Investment Platform, what comes to mind to them is matters to do. Oh, it's actually a 50-50. Look at that. 44% say continental collaboration and shared vision, and others as well as saying continental collaboration. No, actually access to finance and investment pipelines. Don't worry, I know I made you turn too much, but tech team, you can put that poll on the front of the screen so that my guest can have a good, easy time. There you go. Lovely. So these are the thoughts in the house. 40 persons believe that. I can tell the first two are quite close. Nobody else thinks about partnerships and policy. I think they say that is the last thing that we can be thinking about. But I don't know, what are your thoughts, gentlemen? And I would like to start, let me start from my immediate left. Don't worry, I've called you first, now you're starting first. It's okay. But let's start there, and then your reactions to this, but give a context a bit on what you're doing at Nigeria, and then respond to this. Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you very much for having me first. I think for us at the NCIC, we learned from KCIC. So whatever KCIC is doing, that's what we're doing. Our economy is quite huge. We are over 230 million people, about 36 states, 37 states if you add the Federal Capital Territory. And we think that we have a bustling and a very thriving emerging economy. But again, we cannot consume or we cannot, fund every single thing that we do. So we need that collaborative effort. And because we're a bunch of entrepreneurship people, we're always looking for new markets. For us in Nigeria, when we think Pan-African, we're looking at a place where we can trade with everybody easily. We're looking for areas where we can, we can also share the kinds of resources that we have, either financial resources or, innovative, resources and also solutions as well. So when we think of Pan-African, we are constantly thinking, how do we learn from others, and also how do we get our products and our models out to where we are? If you look at what our work has been, within the climate economic space in Nigeria, we've seen that many of our businesses have that potential to be able to also support other economies, because we keep building things that solve many of the challenges that we face in Nigeria. And many times often, these challenges that we face when we go to other countries, we see about the same thing as well. We are very aware that our behaviors are totally different, and we are proud of who we are. But nevertheless, we believe that if we take a shared vision in Africa, and we also understand that we have a huge economy in this beautiful, lovely continent of ours, then we have a potential of no more being the menu, but really sitting at the table. So we see access to finance, investment pipelines as a very sure course of how we can expand that Pan-Africanism. And if you listen to people like Tony Elumelu when he talks about Afri-capitalism, these are the kind of things he's talking about. How do we use our own finances to be able to invest in other thriving markets across Africa? I think in terms of continental collaboration, we need to be able to facilitate a bit more trade. We see some brilliant ideas, in East Africa that we think we would thrive fantastically well, in West Africa, and also particularly in Nigeria. We see models in Nigeria also that we can expand, to other African countries. But when you look at the concept, the policies that sort of ensures partnership and trade between countries, it's sort of a bit dicey. I remember when Kenya lifted the ban on travels, particularly for Nigeria in terms of visa, the way we were so excited in Nigeria, and we said, wow, this is fantastic, we love it. And for us, many people started saying that, look, we need to go to Kenya and see tourism. We've heard so much about all the things happening in Kenya. But for other businesses and people within the climate, finance market, they see the role that Kenya plays in the East African market, right, of having that playbook of attracting, foreign finance. And to us, we keep telling ourselves, why don't we extend, an extra arm and try to learn a bit more? How do we see some of these things happening? How do we extend our market to this market? And I believe that between Kenya and Nigeria, or rather, I think if we form a strong market, we'll be too formidable, for anyone to be able to play with our economies. And we thoroughly believe that, in terms of even, internship and market exploration, we'd like to see more Africans attempting the Nigerian market. For us, naturally, finding new market is it's not a national strategy. It is a normal thing for us because we're always looking for new ways, of ensuring sustainability in our business. And that's why Nigeria is sort of leading the drive around the PAPS project. And does anyone know about the PAPS? That payment program across Africa. Because we have seen this so many times as a high traveling, country, we see that it is always very hard for us to pay or to, spend in other countries. We have to, first of all, change to dollars, and then we can trade in the countries where we be. But the question is why? Why can't we just come into Kenya with whatever we have and just pay? And whatever conversion that needs to be done should be done. Yeah. So that's why we're really pushing for that, that intra-continental, trade using that PAPS. Sure. And I like what Prince Ogbalu is doing because again he has led he led a very strong fintech company in Nigeria, right. And then this is the next phase, or to sort of expand that strength to for someone in Malawi that wants to trade in Niger, should not have to start changing to the dollar to trade in Niger. He can just trade in Niger for all he wants. Niger is our neighbor, but most time for Niger to come to Nigeria, they will likely have to go to France first. It's ridiculous. They're just next door. It's like Uganda and Kenya. Before you come, imagine from Uganda to come to Kenya, you have to go first outside Africa, not even to Ethiopia or something. So for us, we think that if we're able to drive this intercontinental collaboration, access to finance and investment pipelines will be easier. We will be able to invest in other countries, and other countries will also be able to invest in our own country. Right. So I'll rest my 2 kobles there, not okay. 2 cents, 2 kobles. Thank you.
Yeah, I love that. Very good insights there. By the way, when you came to Kenya, did you have to go to another country?
KQ comes right.
Oh, I just checking, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that Kenya has done its best. But anyway, we're together in this. But very good pertinent points here. That one, we need to think, how do we enable payments so that it's seamless? And the other thing as well is also even that travel in itself. I'm surprised that your neighbor, that people have to go. I mean, it happens, but we shall be there. But let me go to Uganda. We like Uganda because for any president in this country to be president, they must go to Uganda first, get a blessing from our grandpa, and then come back. But let's start from the other side. So you're our neighbor. What are your thoughts first? You could tell us a bit of context on what you're doing in Uganda, and then your thoughts on your thoughts on the Pan-Africa Climate Investment Platform coming up with this. What are your thoughts on what the people think as well? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. My name is Stephen Asimwe. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. The nearest equivalent in Kenya is KEPSA, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, a bit like a Chamber of Commerce. And thank you, Joseph and Felix, for inviting me for this conference. I missed best part yesterday, but like Felix said, the end of something is better. I came at the tail end. But having said that, the PSFU is an apex body. It's an umbrella body that brings together private sector. But we do it in the context of business member organizations. So we have about 14 sectors. So in no order of importance: manufacturing, agriculture, finance, professional services, logistics and transport, tourism, excuse me. And recently we incorporated in the creative sector, which is pretty much a lot of the younger creative platforms that enable business. So we operate on 4 mandates, the first being policy, advocacy, but we do it in the context of evidence-based research to inform policy. So for you to engage any government or donor or development partner, you must have a critical mass of convincing initiatives or platforms that then inform that. We also help, especially in the context of business development services. We bring together the private sector and the government. But we have also, like our brothers and sisters in KEPSA, we have a regional initiative. Now, I don't know how many of you are outside East Africa, but the East African community, like my brother from EADB said, is a very strong regional integration group, a bit much like how you have ECOWAS or Maghreb or SADC in the south. So we are the focal point for the East African community, and we have an initiative called the EABC, the East African Business Council, which brings together the apex bodies. So in Tanzania, you have the Tanzania Private Sector. Then in Rwanda, you have the Rwanda Private Sector Alliance. And now we've been joined by regional, we're now 8 members in East Africa. So you have Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, Somalia, and I think Ethiopia is coming very soon. And then, of course, we are part of a continental initiative, which is the ACFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which I'll talk about in a second. But our work is largely to influence and to cause policy changes to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. The environment is very critical. So for anything to happen, you must create that stimulus, that gravitas that ensures that whoever is doing business must do it in an enabling manner. And that's why this topic is very important for us. Now, finally, our work also is to engage different players. So you have private sector here, you have government here, but within government you have the legislators, you have the executive, you have all these policy players, and then we also look at the context. Now, Uganda, like many other African countries, has the youngest population on the continent. Recently, we had a census where our numbers were at 47 million people, the bulk of whom were under the age of 35. So I am a minority now. I used to be down there, now I'm on the upper part of the pyramid. But we are looking at a young generation of people and with lots of pressures, and I like to say that the young people are restless. Educated, healthy, Uganda is a food basket, so they are well fed, but they are restless. And therefore, you must engage them into something. So we are really looking at how do we engage this young entrepreneurial class in the context of engaging them into meaningful development programs that, number one, earn them some money. And how do you do that? You do that in the context, again, of what is available, that can be engaging, that can be fulfilling, and at the end of the day can provide for them an income. Why this conference is important, and especially from a Pan-African context, is the fact that we have observed that many Africans and African countries like to operate in isolation. We believe in siloization. We like to do our thing. And yet, you know the context, if you walk alone, you walk very fast. If you walk together, you walk very far and you impact differently. So, to nail the point home is we're here to learn from Kenya. Kenya has been a good leader. You've walked very far, walked very fast, but many times we have not walked with you. And so we are here to create a shared value proposition on how we can work together. And so Joseph and Felix have been to Uganda. We are going to partner together. We want to learn from Nigeria. And we want to come with homegrown best solutions that create impact, they create the influence with the integrity that it deserves. And I want to pay tribute to Kenya for one of the best ever innovations in history, and that was M-Pesa. M-Pesa is a homegrown financial solution that supports and provides an enabling platform that gives access to credit, to finance, to information, to data. And for all that it takes, it has completely transformed the local African who has no access to financial facilities like we know in the West of Europe or in America. Now, some of the solutions that have been designed and provided for here, in my view, are going to provide a Pan-African solution. And it first begins from the position of policy and advocacy to align development programs that then provide that solution across the board.
Okay.
And therefore, if these solutions have been developed elsewhere and are best practices, then they can be adopted regionally and continentally. We don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Okay.
What we can do is then to partner. Partnership, the learning curves, you've already taken care of the mistakes and all of those things, and then we then create a policy position that then determines how all of this can be shared. Number two, the fact that there are solutions and places and opportunities that can be adopted, then that partnership provides that those opportunities can then be brought on board. My brother talked very well about the EADB. And so therefore, the EADB is a regional bank that then provides that shared value proposition across the board. And then we have the African Development Bank. So clearly, you can see that we have the financing options, but it is an issue of how do we access information and then make that information tangible.
All
but
right.
finally,
Yeah.
is the fact that we need to be very conscious that anything that happens to one part of the country can affect another part of another part of the continent. We have also observed that, and my brother put it very well, Bankole, that you can imagine your neighbors with a country, but to travel or to talk, to access, you have to go to another country on another continent. It is very urgent that Africans look at Pan-African solutions. 20 years ago, in East Africa, we created a one-stop border post. In that, about 20 years about that time, you had to be at the border in Busia or Malaba to cross the border. Now it's a 24-hour service because we took a strategic, deliberate position, become borderless. We don't need passports to come to each other's countries. We have a national ID. We have cross-border banking solutions. We have one telecommunication. In the last 20 years, the East African economy, as the effect of that joint engagement, our GDP has grown by more than 10%. So one trigger of a policy position can actually create exponential impact on the economic aspects, and therefore, thank you for this question.
Absolutely. That was quite contextual, and you know, Bankole, you'll understand also that when Uganda is speaking, you don't interrupt. But let me come now back here to Kenya. But just really to appreciate Stephen for that entire context. You brought in the private sector and what they're doing, and some of the things that we can actually tap into. Joseph, we have done quite some work here, and there's a lot of things that have happened from the inaugural to where we are right now. I wanted you to not only react to what you think from what the people are saying, talk about your work. You have championed local climate innovations for quite some years now. What lessons can Kenya share? Because you've heard from them saying that, yes, we have, you know, they're looking up to some of the things you've done. What lessons can Kenya share in creating structures that attract both public and private investment into green ventures?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And my colleagues, I think, have dealt with it fairly comprehensively. So you'll allow me to be fairly brief, so to speak, about this. But before I come to that specific question, I just wanted to mention that Africa as a continent has some fairly unique characteristics. 1.5 billion people, and therefore a fairly significant market. Secondly, a literacy rate of about 70%, or just slightly under 70%. So a fairly well-educated population. And then thirdly, a median age of about 19.7, 19.8. So just slightly under 20. That means a lot of energy and a lot of hope and a lot of aspiration, and therefore lots of things happening. Now, all this is consolidated under what is known as Agenda 2063, and the first aspiration under Agenda 2063 is to create a united, prosperous Africa with sustainable development. That's what the continent vision is. So now, how do you then translate that into your space? So we as KCIC, if we look at that vision for Africa, what we basically see is we take up something called sustainable development, and therefore what we see is green. And so the question then is, how do you create a green economy across the entire continent? And that basically means three things. One, you have to make, to support green innovations. That's one. And then secondly, you have then to take care of the innovators themselves. That means you have to take care of these young people coming out of schools, universities, and need opportunity. And to be able to harness that opportunity, you need money. And therefore, you have to take care of the investment side. And that's why we figured that one, create a Pan-African strategy, and under that Pan-African strategy, create a Pan-African investment platform, as it is. So one, look at Africa as one seamless market, and therefore create instruments that speak to that one seamless market. And to bring in your question, that for us has basically come out of the lessons that we've learned over the last 13 years. One of them being that climate change is basically what you'd call a borderless challenge, as it is. It doesn't wait for, whatever it is that we experience here in Kenya, for instance, was not necessarily caused by what we did in Kenya. It was caused by things that happened very far away. But that challenge is also an opportunity, as it is. So instead of lamenting or whining about it, it's now the opportunity to do something around it. And that opportunity can be taken care of at what we call the intersection of innovation and entrepreneurship. That's the most sustainable way of taking advantage of that opportunity. Then secondly, we've basically learned that is, and as my colleagues said, if you catalyze the entire ecosystem, rather than just working in isolation, you probably do more and achieve more with less resources, so to speak. And that's why now we talk about a continent-wide climate ecosystem. It has very many players. It has research institutes. It has innovators. It has financiers. It has think tanks. It has government and policymakers and that sort of thing. So bring all these people under one ecosystem, let them work together, and that way you probably now are able to achieve a lot more with the same amount of resources. Because the challenge in Africa is that especially the adaptation side of climate lends itself more to public finance than private finance, but we know that public funding is not enough for very many reasons. For very many reasons. And therefore, we need to figure out a way of having everybody on the table to do a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. But just before you drop the mic, let me ask you a question. Has any country invited you and your team to help them sometimes establish this in any way? Consultations, are they happening?
Yeah, and this has been happening for a while. I think Bankola just talked about the Nigeria Climate Innovation Center.
Good.
We in 2017, we were invited to support the government of Nigeria set it up. Mm-hmm. We are talking to the government of Uganda to see how we can set up a climate innovation center there. We recently got an invitation from Morocco, what is called the Casablanca Climate Leadership Center.
Okay.
I'm going there myself on the 20th of November to just see how all this can be done, despite the cultural differences. And then, of course, sitting again in my inbox is an invitation from DRC.
Oh.
So when we launched a Pan-African strategy in June, we didn't think that it will take off this fast, but for some reason, the entire continent was watching, and people basically have come forward to say, look, can we do partnerships across to see how these things can move forward? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I have so many questions in my head, but I would be unfair if I don't. There's some that have been asked by the people, so I will drop mine and come to the ones that are related to that. If you don't mind, if you look at the questions that are being asked by the people on your phone, if you check it out, you can help me actually by voting. That thumbs up on the end, you can vote that this is a critical question so that I can know I cannot miss this out. There is one highlighted, and Bankole, I wanted to bring that question to you because one of the questions I wanted to ask you is about how we can align our diverse national priorities. But look at that question, that how can inter-country policies be aligned in order to enhance access to finance, and especially during fundraising, that ESOs can win, so that ESOs can win successfully. I think it's in line with that. What are your quick thoughts on that? And I know you touched a little bit on that, but quickly, what would you say on that?
All right, thank you. I think each country has got some developmental focused policies. I think one of the policies that we've done for us in Nigeria is to make it possible for you to come in at any time, if you want to do business. We have the ease of doing business, office and, a platform that equally shares simple ways for you to access your funds, for you to repatriate your funds, and as well, for you to set up and being part of, a Nigerian business. I think that if every country also create that policy that, apart from protecting its own citizens and its own economy, but also creates an opportunity for others to, to be able to engage, I think that it will help a lot, in expanding opportunities. And if we take example and cue from what 𝐇𝐚𝐩𝐲𝐧𝐠 has done, creating a program that can extend to other parts of Africa, and again, finding African partners, not wanting to come in there and do it by themselves, but finding African partners also to work with. I think that will help. In Nigeria, at the NCIC, what we've done because of the kinds of systems that we built was also to look beyond our own country and design programs, at least for West Africa. If you could see from the cap I'm wearing, it's a project for digital innovation for circular economy, and we're doing it in 4 countries in West Africa. We know that we have the issue of French in West Africa, but again, what I've found out, for example, in Côte d'Ivoire is that there's a high community of Yoruba tribe, and I'm Yoruba tribe in Nigeria, and the gentleman that I'm dealing with is also French Yoruba, so it's easier for me to speak Yoruba to him than to speak French. And so you find such conversations as well. Like if you go a little bit further into maybe Senegal, and so you'll find also the Fulani tribe as well, which is quite related to Nigerians as well. So there are quite a lot of intersections around both our communities, our tribes, and our engagements that our policies alone shouldn't just be the only thing that can drive these conversations, because every country is looking for FDI, and FDI necessarily doesn't have to come from Europe or from the US. FDI can equally come from South Africa, can come from Nigeria. So we think that if we if we take it a little bit further to deliberately push our companies out, there was a policy there was a model I discussed with with someone within our government, and I said, what if we take entrepreneurship as a foreign policy, right? If we take entrepreneurship as a foreign policy, then we can be able to drive out more businesses, just like how China is doing. We can drive more businesses between our companies. I mean, MTN came to Nigeria, and the business plan was that MTN might break even, say, in 30 years or 15 years, and MTN broke even in less than a year and a half in Nigeria. And so there's still a bit more opportunities. Again, our size can be a dilemma, but it's a huge opportunity. Like I said earlier, we are about 230 million. And so our youth range is likely about half of that. And so it is really crazy. And that's why you see that drive around Afrobeats, around creativity and wanting to partner with other African countries, to develop new models. So I think that the onus is not just on the government on terms of policy. I think it's also bent on us. And what I would like to propose is, I think that if you don't think you have that hustling spirit to do business, find some little money, find a partner, come and spend a week in Nigeria. I'm sure by the time you go back, you will love to do business. Thank you.
That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. But, you know, you've poked some good holes there. And to remind us that our median age then in Africa is very young. It's very young. And there could be lessons we could learn as well. You know, one of our neighbors today is having 1 or 2, 3 things, issues with young people. But we hope Uganda, you'll not go there. So let's not pass some lessons from Kenya to the other sides, but the good ones. Some of you will get this tomorrow. In the meantime, I love the questions that you're asking. Look at that question that has been voted, and I want to request that we look at it in a way. So, Joseph, I want you to look at that question. That climate grant funding or investment prioritizes startups with white co-founders in Africa. Oh my. What about Africa for Africa? How do we change this? By the way, is that true? By the way, let me just see that when your startup has a white person, money comes in. Is that true? Let me see by show of hands. Do you feel the same? Can I see? It's okay. Those are too many. You feel the same as well in Nigeria. Hey, all right. What have you observed?
I mean, that question keeps coming up very, very frequently. I hear it very, very frequently. The reality is, if your startup is not providing a solution that is aligned to the market, it doesn't matter whether you put a white person forward, it doesn't matter whether you put a black person forward or a green person forward, you will not get the money. Yeah. That is the reality. Yeah, so I know that sometimes development, Western countries create development programs, and sometimes it's difficult to access that funding because of the too many conditions. But we ourselves on the ground have got to ensure that we are creating startups that provide solutions to real problems. Okay. That's the only way we'll be able to unlock this funding.
Okay.
I don't think, I know money doesn't have a skin color, by the way. Thank you.
I love that. And maybe just to pick from where Stephen had said, that when you look at the solution, for example, of M-Pesa, it didn't have the whiteness that may be there, but because it was a solution giver, as you have said, people will always lean towards the solution. So I think let's push what it is solving, and then we can be able to attract as well finance in whichever the way. But maybe, Stephen, you would come in. There's the Africa for Africa component. I wanted to touch on that, but however, with a clear focus on the private sector. The reason is because you are heading the private sector at Uganda. And I would want you to ask, to paint a picture. Can the private sector, briefly, push policy as well that will enable that integration? Not just, because even when African businesses integrate, it is easy for us to now have conversations as Africans. What are your quick thoughts on that?
My quick thoughts are that these possibilities are here, and we've done them. I'll give you the example of the East African Railway. Yeah. In 1896, it started in Mombasa, and it got to Kampala in 1905, 1906, thereabout. I'm very disappointed that 100 years later, we are still grappling with the SGR to get to Kinshasa when we have over 300 universities that teach engineering at PhD level. I think we need to be confident that these things are possible. And the answer is on the private sector. The private sector are very ambitious. You look at bottom line, all they need is an enabling environment. We have policymakers, and East Africa is very lucky. We have strong parliaments, we have a strong summit of presidents. We have 3 very strong institutions, the East African Community, East African Legislative Assembly, and for us in the private sector, the East African Business Council. We have pushed for a position, for example, Mr. MC, that before the heads of state meet every year, there must be a private sector agenda. And I'm going to front the issue of climate change and climate investment in the next summit so that we take shared value proposition, the heads of state, and then it will trickle. You know, in Africa, people listen to presidents. The politicians call the day, but then we are the ones who pay the taxes, which the president spend. So therefore, it is possible. And now we are talking about the youth. We're looking at the median age, we're looking at impact, influence, but it must come with the integrity that is conjoined with it. So I think the answer is yes, and I think forums like this one provide such a platform.
Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, the questions are coming in thick and fast, and thank you so much for voting. One of the questions that has been highly voted as well, I know this one is for Felix. When Felix was speaking is when that question was asked, so I'll skip that for now, so at least we can look at the others. There's a lot of concern and questions on single currency. East Africa single currency, you know. There's also concerns like someone even giving an example. Look at the European Union, for example, and the single currency blocks they have. I'm just trying to sieve through some of the things that you are asking so that I can ask my panelists to react to that and what you think about what we can do, because I think that is a big enabler to that, to the investments, especially in Africa. I don't know what are your quick thoughts on this, and maybe I could probably start over from the, and I think you mentioned it, Bankole, but I don't know, very quickly, in 30 seconds, what would you say to the people? There were about 3 questions on that.
On single currency?
Yeah.
So I think it's high time we have that, right? I just mentioned something about inter-economy trade, and whether we use shillings, we use naira, we use cedi or something. There must be a way that we can trade with each other on a single platform. And with this, I think with this program on Africa Climate Investment Summit, having that one platform where you can find the businesses, you can find the investors, and you can also do trade and also purchase, I think is very important. And I think that we will come around there. And I think in ECOWAS we had, or AU, I can't remember which one of them, but we had a proposal for a single currency called ECO. And the ECO, again, what is it going to be pegged at? How do we, how do we improve, or rather make the ECO that one single currency that you can use to, pay, whether you're using CFA or you're using, cedi or naira? And I think that this is still possible, right? For as long as if the European Union has achieved this, a couple of decades ago, again, nobody owns the monopoly to how things should be done, right? We know that our challenges are a bit different, and also, leadership and also might just be another problem somewhere along the line. But we believe that once we can improve access to trade and make it easier for us to move about within ourselves, then having that one single currency will not be a rocket science. And I like what Steve has said about East Africa. And in West Africa as well, we're trying to strengthen that whole resolve to ensure that conversations and also trade is easier. I know traveling across West Africa is easier now. You don't need visa for all West African countries because of the ECOWAS passport. And now we see that has been extended to East Africa, through Kenya, and that we can come. The last time I came to Kenya, I had to register on, ETA, the e-visa platform. And then this time I just strolled in and then presented my passport, the stamp, and I left. And I said, wow, that's good. So that's what it means to have passport, passport advantage, because again, it made a lot of sense that I could come in, do the business I need to do, engage with the people I need to engage within the next 3 months, and then I leave, right? And that helps many businesses to want to, expand a little bit further. That makes investors want to take time to explore, economies and understand more. So you're not within that restriction of spend only 1 week and then you go back, So I think that the one single currency will happen. Again, there's no one size that fits all. I think while we're being able to manage our differences, around leadership, around, transformation, around businesses and, repatriation of funds and payments, it is better that we really solve that part first. Why would we have a one single currency when it's still hard for me to do business in one country, and then when I need to send back my profits, it becomes a problem. So the one single currency might just be a joke. But I think that if we strengthen trade and businesses first, and ensuring that the building blocks and the foundation of doing business in Ghana, Niger, and co is quite easy, then it becomes a lot better for us to have that one single currency that we can generally just trade around around Africa. Thank you.
All right. Participants today, I love the questions and the energy. There is a question on your polls. Please, let's close with that as we get the final remarks from my panelists here. In your view, who should take the lead in driving a Pan-African climate investment platform? Who is this? Is it the development finance institutions? Is it national climate innovation centers? Is it the private sectors, investors? Is it regional bodies like the AU and AFDB? So please go on your phone, help me as well understand from your end what your thoughts are on that. I think I would appreciate if I can get some reactions on that. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, my panelists, I just want to bring in the conversation on COP, because we are headed to COP30, and maybe Joseph, I could start with you on this. As we look forward to COP30, how do we ensure that this platform reflects African ownership? I think that would be very important, not just donor alignment, in decision making and capital allocation. What are your thoughts on that?
It's partnerships. It's first of all ensuring that this platform can be accepted by policymakers and by decision makers across the continent. Agree that this is the way to move forward, and therefore have alignment across. That way, it can then be presented as an African solution, and hopefully be able to have a lot more traction, but a lot more credibility when you speak to the global leaders. That's why it's being launched today. We are doing the necessary outreach to ensure that we can have the buy-in of most policymakers and decision makers across Africa. It will have a convening element, or what we are calling a climate institute or a knowledge institute. Just ensure that you can be able to bring people together, harmonize their thoughts, and speak with one voice. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. Just allow me to just take probably a last question. Please remember on your phones, I'm waiting for your results on this, that in your view, who should take the lead in driving a Pan-Africa climate investment platform? Please make sure that you vote on that. But there was a quick question as well that was also voted in here quite highly, that how can we ensure access to finance translates into tangible adaptation outcomes? However, there was a lot of, let me just read some comments. People here are really interactive. Listen to this. First of all, someone I think appreciates Nigeria. I love what Bankole says, leveraging on our commodities across the regions of Africa to drive business within the continent. Someone else is saying this, it is true that our youths are quite restless and bored. Kenya in particular should engage them, otherwise a time bomb are waiting to explode. Wait. That one is from NIS. Now, there's another pointer here. How are investors de-risking investments in small-scale climate-smart agriculture ventures? I think that's an important one, because agriculture is a big component of how we do our thing. How are investors de-risking investments in small-scale climate-smart agriculture ventures? I don't know who wants to answer that. Do we go to Uganda because they are the bananas? I'm just sorry. We're also importing eggs from you. Just very quickly, what's your quick comment? Make it very quick. It could be just broad in the agricultural sector, how you're de-risking investments.
I think that's a good question. If you look at the demographics, the bulk of the population is actually in the countryside. And Uganda, like many other countries, has, if you take this as a pyramid, the micro, small and medium enterprises, and mainly agriculture-based, largely in the countryside. And I think that they suffer from two things: access to finance, cost of finance. And therefore, they need to invest in those strategic bulwarks, if you like, is critical. And I think that the development financing agenda should essentially target those people to de-risk, but also to empower. And then you mitigate all these fears about these challenges of the restless population. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And maybe in closing, let me see whether we have a quick one we could do. Someone is very not happy here, and I understand. It will be the closing. Why too much rhetorics and sloganeering? We need to act now. Thank you so much for that. It's a good comment. I appreciate it. Just trying to see whether we have another unique one. Where do we start from? How soon? So there's a lot of reactions on we better do this now. And I think we can get it from that. So allow me, my panelists, to ask you in closing, just in closing, when you look at our session today, we were talking about Pan-African and how we can build ourselves as an investment continent in itself. And I wanted to ask you, in form of a question, if you don't mind, in form of a question, because I think it is important that for us to build a Pan-Africa climate investment platform, for us to build that Pan-Africa climate investment platform, we must fill in that sentence for me. You're the ones who have the answers. So just take a moment to think and breathe. I don't know whether the poll managed to get on your phone, as we're giving my panelists one way to give us their final word on that. That for us to build a Pan-Africa climate investment platform, we must do what? Who wants to do first? Maybe we can start with Kenya this time around, because we started with Nigeria the other time around. Uganda today is in the middle. All is good. So what must we do? For us to build a Pan-Africa climate investment platform, what must we do?
Yeah. First, we must build a single homogeneous climate investment ecosystem across the entire continent. Mm-hmm. That's the first thing we must do. Take the highway approach. I think on the one I mentioned that a climate platform is like building a good car, like building a Ferrari. But you need highway, you need good roads, you need fuel stations, you need mechanics as it is. So the single most important thing we must do is first of all build a single homogeneous African market for climate solutions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me come to the side of Uganda, and I want to talk to you, Stephen, and the question is the same. For us to build a Pan-Africa climate investment platform, we must
scale partnerships. I like the model that Kenya has taken.
Yeah.
They've opened up what in business we call franchising, or branches, if you like.
Yeah.
I think it's important to create a continental movement. Once that is there, the private sector knows what to do.
Yeah.
Once the enabling environment is there, it will then escalate into the policies. But let's work together first.
Excellent.
And then push this into real tangible engagements. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Let me come to you, Bankole, now. For us to build a Pan-Africa climate investment platform, what must we do?
We must facilitate more trade to make it down to earth. I think that we must be deliberate in ensuring that either our businesses or whatever factor we want to use as a point of engagement, we must be deliberate to ensure that it understands the market that we're interested in.
Yeah.
So if we're interested in Kenya, we should get more of our people visiting Kenya and doing business with people in Kenya. Mm-hmm. If Kenyans love what we're doing in Nigeria, we should make sure that more business people or even young people come and have an understanding of how the economy works. I think that if we are able to establish partnerships, like we said, we must be able to, if we've been able to, set up that trading highway, while the trading highway, is being fixed, while the partnership are being facilitated, these things will come with tangibilities. And this will come from someone who says, yeah, I visited Lagos, I visited Nairobi, and I think this is how they do it. This is how it's done, and this is how we should do business. I've got partners in, Cape Verde. I've got partners in, Madagascar and co. And this is how we want to do business. I think once we are deliberate enough to tell our businesses and even our, friends and families to say, look, you want to explore a whole new economy. Let's target 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 countries in Africa, and let's be deliberate to visit, right? I think that those deliberate moves will also ensure you to build long-lasting partnerships, will also help you build that, that aspect to make sure that that highway gets into the new markets that you needed to meet. Just like how, we have a lot of our Igbo brothers going to countries and set up spare part shops, right? By the time you find out, the main investments for that spare part shop came all the way from some town in Owerri called, where they do business, either in Imewe or in Aba. Because again, the young Igbo man feels like if I go to Togo and I spend a few times with my brother there, I will know what sort of business for me to do in Togo. And so that's how, if you look at the Igbo culture, right, Yes, we could be boisterous, we are all over the place, but we are actually deliberate about the places we go to look for trade. And when we get there, we try to understand what sort of trade are we good at as a Nigerian that we can do here. And when you find out mostly that in most countries where you find our Igbo brothers, they are mostly trading in spare parts. And you see, that's one market in Nigeria, even we other Nigerians don't get involved in. Because we know that tribe, they are very good with it. And they go everywhere in the world trying to do that. So again, if we take that model and we look at ourselves and say we're interested in the clothing industry, or we're interested in hospital or hospitality industry, let's visit 1, 2, 3, 4. Kenya is good with tourism and hospitality. Let's visit Kenya and let's understand how hospitality really runs, and so that we can expand that. So I think that trade, intentional, understand, just underline that, intentional trade is very important. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please appreciate my panelists with a beautiful round of applause. There you go. But I'm not going to leave you like that on your phone. Just check your phone right now. Just check your phone right now. I can see the votes coming in. My panelists, can you see what they're thinking? Excellent. So please vote in. In your view, who should take the lead in driving a Pan-Africa climate investment platform? It's you now to tell me. It's you now to tell me. So vote in as fast as you can. People are saying what? Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. They're thinking coming. But this is good. But can I challenge you, Nigeria? You know, I went to the other day in Senegal, and they were saying they decided to pass as a resolution that they must all learn English, so that at least they can be able to come and tap from, coming down all the way to the south. And we have, when I look at the AU, one of the key languages we have decided as Africa to speak is which language? Kiswahili. Kiswahili, yeah, absolutely. By this, Samuel, how is your Kiswahili? It's coming? It's good? Iko pali. Yeah. Do you know some words in Kiswahili? At least one. Karibu asante. It's okay. He's trying. We can appreciate him on that. And I believe for me, if I was sitting in that seat on that end of you, I would say, let's first of all speak one language as well. Because once we do that, we have as well managed ourselves up. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Thank you for the votes. Look at them, gentlemen, that they believe the private sector has the power to lead into this. Also followed closely by the National Climate Innovation Center. So we have some work to do as well. So there you have it. So a lot of this is actually private sector led. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for your time. One more beautiful round of applause. We're going to take a picture. Just kindly stand closely there. And I want to appreciate the audience for really participating in this. You have enabled us to have a great panel. And, we also have the East Africa Development Bank here. They have the money and they're ready to give the money, right? Yeah, just check it. So in 3, 2, go. Who is there? This is CNN? This is BBC? Do we have CNBC Africa? Thank you so much for that. One more time, appreciate my CEO panel. That was beautiful. And I love it. So far, so good. Just to remind us, if you need to take your own health break, just walk out to whichever corner you need to have. And for the ones who have sent in some very tough feelings on action now, you've had them. That's why I asked them that last question. What can we do immediately now? Because people are not as patient. We need to act as fast as now. And knowing very well that Africa has the head start. When it comes to matters climate, I believe that this continent is way ahead of things. Thank you so much for that session. Allow me now to cross over to the next, which is the Leadership Roundtable. And at this moment, I would like to invite the gentleman who will be taking us through this. And just before I do that, just to remind us that we interact. Those questions that you're asking, we are really, and in fact, even if one is not answered here, my panelists, because when you ask it electronically, we'll still go back and answer you. So make sure that you're left there, logged in, so that at least we can be able to answer that. There you go. Tobias should be ready to come and take us through this, and just checking in as well, that we are all set. Yes, absolutely, we are all set. So please put your hands together for Tobias Bele as he comes. A round of applause to him. He's going to take us through the Leadership Roundtable, Ambition and Priorities for COP30. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Minor, you've gone with all the...
Oh, yeah, take this.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, how many have not had breakfast? How many? Ah, fantastic. Well then, good morning. All right. Now, over the last few days, if you are here with us when we started this summit on Tuesday, we have had discussions about the gap. We have had discussions about the potential. If you are here, you must have had quite a number of figures and statistics being thrown around. A 146 billion gap in terms of climate financing for the continent. And today, we have a conversation with a few leaders to just break it down to us what needs to be done as far as leadership, as far as pathways forward are concerned. From what we discussed here on Tuesday and on the second day when we were focusing on climate adaptation, we have learned that the key to unlocking Africa's green transition and Africa's green potential is actually in Africa. It doesn't have to come from anywhere else. It doesn't have to come from the global north. It doesn't have to come in form of favors or in terms of grants. It's actually here. So in this particular session, we ask a bold question on the how, not if, how, and what it's going to take to make that happen. In shaping that conversation, we are going to have a very interesting and a very dynamic panel. And I'll welcome first on stage Paul Mbole from P4G Partnerships. Now, P4G Partnerships is at the forefront of pioneering green partnerships, investing in impact, and holding different ventures, different enterprises, different initiatives across food, across water, and across energy. And we will be very happy to hear from him and to see the potential in terms of partnerships, the potential in terms of leadership, and the potential in terms of Africa actually investing in itself. My next panelist is Mr. Ernest Chitechi from the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. He leads corporate affairs and partnerships as well. And it would be interesting to hear from him, having been in the forefront of this space for the past 13 years. You've been with the KCSE for 13 years, right? Yes. What is the potential? What is the challenge? And what is the opportunity that is there? My next panelist is a brilliant lady by the name Queen Lombaka, who is at the forefront of championing some of these solutions that we are talking about today. And she comes from a company called 𝐇𝐚𝐩𝐸𝐞𝐧𝐢, which is very active in the agriculture sector, specifically the dairy value chain. And we will hear from her in terms of the pain points, in terms of the potential she sees in this particular area. My last panelist, last but not least, he has quite an extensive bio, so I put him last. Joshua is a seasoned finance professional with over 20 years of experience in the finance and audit industry. And he joins us from CPF, where he leads finance. Please join us up on stage. Thank you very much. We have talked a lot about the potential in mobilizing local capital, and as a pensioner, I know your key priority is protecting people's money, but today we want to explore how we can get that money. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to the gist of this conversation. It will be a very participatory conversation, and feel free to ask questions when we get to the Q&A session. All right. So I hope there's a mic within reach, wherever you're sitting. All right, thank you very much. Since we started this summit 2 days ago, we have talked about the potential in terms of investing in green enterprises, investing in impact, and investing in Africa's sustainability. But all these cannot happen without proper leadership. And that's why we are calling this a leadership roundtable. One of the reasons why you do not have prior prepared questions is because we want to brainstorm and we want to talk about what really needs to happen. It is normally said that in the context, especially in Nairobi, we do a lot of things and we barely have time to pause and think. And today I want us to think, I want us to brainstorm. My first question is on what do we see as the biggest bottleneck that is preventing the flow of local capital? Not from the global north, not from anywhere else, but local capital. What is the biggest bottleneck and how can we mitigate? How can we mitigate that? And I'll start with you, Joshua. Tech team, is my mic's on?
Thank you very much.
All right.
And, that's a very interesting and very relevant question to ask, because one thing that is there is that we have the funds, but how to make it flow from the normal investment opportunities to maybe climate-based investment is what is the question here. So as CPF, we have tried to change our investment policies so that we also focus on the climate-based investment opportunities. So one of the bottlenecks is a regulatory requirement, the framework that is required. Or you look at institutions like pension funds, because that's what CPF mainly does. There are guidelines on where to invest from our regulators, like the Retirement Benefit Authority. And those guidelines have not prioritized the climate-based investment as an option to which pension schemes can invest. And you see, pension schemes are pulling resources together from members, and the members will want return on this investment. So as much as we will want to make an impact on doing impact-based investment, there is a need of a return for those funds because that is what the owners of funds expect. So the regulators then need to change the framework in terms of the guidelines on investment for regulated entities. I believe this also applies to probably insurance companies, which are also regulated on where to invest. So once that framework is relaxed or is changed to also accommodate climate-based investment, then the pension scheme will be able to channel their funds into climate-based investment. So one of the bottlenecks is the regulatory, and that goes all the way to the legal, to the constitutions, the laws that governs the country, as well as the policies that institutions come up with. The investment policy guidelines needs to recognize that. So I think there is a lot to do there in terms of maybe creating awareness as well as lobbying for those regulations to be changed to allow for investment. The other bottleneck could be whether we really have a pipeline of enterprises that are investable and they are climate-based. So we need to do a lot of incubation, and maybe this is what we can learn from, I think it's NSSF Uganda, where they have an incubator, for new enterprises. They have an incubator program whereby new ideas are incubated, they are supported until they become viable. Because every investor will want a return from any venture that they invest in. So we need enterprises that are investable in the eyes of an investor. So in this discussion, I will sit in as an investor. I will represent the investor side. And that's why you'll see me talking about returns. You'll also see me talking about risk. And one of the other bottleneck is a risk for the investors' funds. You can be trying to finance an idea and you lose funds or you don't make return from it. Where is the guarantee coming from? And that's why we say maybe the government need to come up with guaranteed schemes or strategies that will at least guarantee offtake or the early takers risk. So if you try an idea like what we try to do in CPF, like now we have a program that we want to do palm oil in the coast. But you see, there's a lot of on-front costs that you incur by the time you are realizing return from that, which takes almost 15 years for you to start harvesting from there. How do you caution the investor, the returns and the risk there? So maybe the government can come in and other development partners can come in and give some guarantees to the investors in terms of their returns that they expect. And I think that's why there was a discussion about concessional funds. So as CPF, we believe the solution lies within Africa. So probably we can lead as CPF in the organization of pension schemes to create this environment for investments. We believe on a funds of funds. Funds of funds means model means we pull in funds, all of us, all pension schemes across Africa can pull in funds into one major fund, upon which then these ideas can be tested and supported to make them more viable and environmentally friendly ventures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've gotten us off the ground quite strongly, and when you are talking about whether they are investable ventures, I could see Queen flinching because she was like, I'm right here. And talking about a pipeline of bankable enterprises, it's a good thing that Ernest is here. We were meant to have a government representative on this panel, but she could not make it because of another engagement with the government. Because you've mentioned a lot about regulations and the regulatory framework to support some of these potential and what can be done within the pension sector. But still we can speak to some of those policy incentives that need to be done, and we can have that conversation on this panel. But to Queen, the same question. What are the bottlenecks when it comes to driving local capital to invest in green ventures, and how can these be mitigated?
Sorry, I was going to start talking without the mic. As you've heard, my name is Queen from 𝐇𝐚𝐩𝐩𝐸 Limited. 𝐇𝐚𝐻𝐸 is a Kenyan company, manufacturer. We are in the dairy value space, and I can attest that before meeting KCIC, I did not know anything about looking for funds other than head-on going to commercial banks, which is quite expensive and deters a lot of growth. And the journey up to where we are right now in terms of looking for climate financing has not been easy because there's a lot to learn. And talking about bottlenecks from entrepreneurs' perspective, there are many, starting from lack of knowledge of where do we even start? Where are these organizations that give such funds? How can you source for these funds that are going to support such ventures? Remember, when we are talking about climate financing, then we are talking about a partner who is going to support you, having in mind that your project is both commercial and has a climate line and also has a social impact line to it. So, like 𝐇𝐚𝐻𝐸𝐸, when we started getting challenges was when we work a lot with dairy cooperatives. So when we go to the northeastern regions and the SL regions mostly, then you realize you can't do dairy processing long term because they don't have they don't have electricity. So as a local company that is innovative, then we needed to come up with solar solutions and biogas solutions. But then the client can't afford it. And they don't know where to get the money. Because when they go to the bank tells them, you have to have collateral. Or we don't cover agriculture. And from our end also, we can't produce and stock. We can't produce and stock because the cost of producing them is also high. But then you go to the bank, they will treat it as, we give you money today, you start paying today. So the main bottlenecks when it came to accessing these loans, or even up to now, the bottlenecks that we still have, first is you are applying, you don't know how to do the documentation because you are just trying. As my counterpart mentioned, a lot of training or molding of these organizations is needed so that they know what to do and how to approach the application processes, which documents do they need, how do they prove that their business model has a climate factor to it, and all that. And another bottleneck basically is if these monies are given through the banks, then if the banks also don't talk openly about the difference between their commercial other loans and their climate financing loans, then no one will know. I go to my clients because right now the main challenge is I have the product, my client doesn't have the money. So I tell them, Equity has this thing. And they're like, no, the interest rates at the banks are really high. So there is no information out there. How do we get this? How do we do documentation? Are there concessional loans, as you are saying? So yeah, I think information is the main challenge.
Fantastic. So thank you very much. You've talked about lack of concessional financing, lack of patient capital, that ventures such as yourself would ideally need to get off the ground. And it's at that point that I want Ernest to come in, having been in the forefront of supporting ventures such as 𝐇𝐚𝐩𝐸𝐸 and standing in the gap to address some of these challenges in terms of access to capital. But as you address that, just your initial thoughts on what are the bottlenecks, and the single biggest bottleneck, and what you think should be the mitigation.
Yeah, thank you, Tobias. So the most single biggest bottleneck is actually the misunderstanding between the financier and also the enterprises themselves. And this happens because you'll find the current financiers already have modeled their financing towards established value chains, for that matter. So if I'm constructing a house, if I'm buying a vehicle, if I'm buying land, it's very easy for me to go to any bank and then they'll give me a loan. But if I'm going there and I'm telling them that I'm doing this, for example, a solar system, then they don't understand how that is. Then the second one is that the instruments that are there are not aligned to the stage of where some of these enterprises are. So you'll find that maybe an early stage pre-revenue will need a particular type of funding, maybe a repairable grant. Then as they grow, then you graduate them into some debt. But if you go to the conventional financiers, all they're thinking about is example debt. So maybe they lack even a blended finance mechanism. So as KCIC, what then we've done is to try and now mold these enterprises from their idea stage to prototyping, to helping them move into market, helping them now also try and comply to some of the requirements by the mainstream financiers. Because today, if you go to any bank, one of the things they'll ask you, do you have even audited accounts? And most of these enterprises at that stage, maybe they do not know how to prepare such financial statements. They'll be asked, have you gotten any loan, repaid that particular loan? So as we give them, for example, a repairable grant, then we are preparing them to start understanding that even if you go to a commercial bank, they'll give you money, but they'll want that money paid back. So we try and teach them that particular discipline. So as they go now to these conventional financiers, they already have some sense of preparedness. They're already prepared for the next investment. They're told what other instruments are, because people will come in, they give you debt. There are those who will come in, they want to take equity. There are those who will be looking for maybe concessional loans if they're there. There are those who will be providing you blended finance, and the enterprises need to understand all this particular instrument and evaluate at what stage of my business, which instrument best work for my business.
Thank you very much. So it's not just about the financing itself. There has to be a lot of capacity building, a lot of hand-holding before they're able to even absorb that financing. But you're also talking about lack of tailor-made facilities and solutions to that effect. Now, on to you, Paul. You work with what I would call a dot connector, P4G in its name in itself, P4G partnership. So a dot connector between different entities, between different partners, these ventures, and both public and private sector. What do you see as the single biggest bottleneck, and what is the solution?
Okay. Thank you, Tobias. I think for me, maybe it's good to say what P4G is, because maybe there are a number of people who may not know what that is. P4G stands for Partnerships for Green Growth and Global Goals, which is really the SDGs. And it focuses on providing a climate facility that supports climate enterprises to actually get to investment readiness and to de-risk the investment in that particular enterprise. And the conviction of P4G is that to resolve the climate challenge, the most sustainable way of dealing with that is by supporting sustainable climate enterprises. Because as they deliver a climate solutions profitably, they can then address the climate challenge in the long term. That's the thesis of P4G. So for instance, TechWin. By TechWin investing in cooling solutions that are based on renewable energy, one, you reduce food loss, so you don't have milk getting spoiled and not getting to the market. And if the milk does get to the market, it can earn a return and therefore pay for the investment, but most importantly, secure the livelihoods of the farmers who are producing the milk to bring to the market. That's the general thinking around it. So our argument is that for Africa particularly, because P4G is a global initiative, in Africa it's in Kenya, Ethiopia, and South Africa, but the ambition is that by investing in sustainable climate enterprises and getting them to investment readiness, we can then secure an impact on the climate agenda. That's the thinking around it. Now, what's important, the way P4G works is that P4G has a national platform, and the national platform is co-chaired by Treasury and KEPSA. So the Private Sector Alliance and Treasury sit on the national platform, which then kind of helps look at what are those issues we have seen in the enterprises. Of course, there's what has been discussed in the earlier panel, which then speaks to the whole question and what the KCIC talked about and Ernest has talked about, helping identify those enterprises and taking them to the next level. What we have seen and what we see as a critical barrier, and it was interesting when the poll was done in the first session, what people saw is just access to finance is the issue. But the reality is that policy is a big barrier. In Kenya, P4G has been here for 8 years. And one of the parts, we've worked with e-mobility players, we've worked with food system players. So the e-mobility, Basigo is one of our funded partners, EB is a funded partner, Kiri EV is a funded partner. And what came out in these conversations is that the business models are not investable simply because of a small policy provision. One of the e-mobility partners brought motorcycles. They were stuck at the port simply because you couldn't register them as electric. Because when you open the NTSA portal, there is no tick box for electric motor. There's only 150cc, 250cc. So it looks small, but you can imagine that young startup having to keep motorcycles stuck at the port for 6 months. Where is the profitability of this person? So the policy part becomes very critical, and it cuts across the board. It could be small administrative policy, it could be bigger administrative policy. So one of the things we've seen is that there is clearly a lack of sufficient appreciation at the policy level to de-risk the climate enterprise or the innovations. So you need to do a lot of work to help policymakers appreciate what is this and what is this technology. And understand, sometimes we take it for granted. You are assuming that a policymaker knows what this climate innovation is. And the unfortunate thing is that those who are in the space or in the ecosystem, because you speak to yourself, you're assuming the other party understands. One of the things we've realized, even taking them to touch the motorcycle, be transported by an electric bus, that is what helps them start realizing, my goodness, this is an opportunity. Then finally, one example, and I just use it as a good example. I met an investor in Basigo. Basigo is an electric bus company in Kenya. And I asked him, why did you decide to invest in this bus? He's a chairperson of a Root Circle, and they had been running diesel vehicles, and he decided he's going to buy 2. So I asked him, why did you do this? And he said, for me, it made sense. I used to spend 20,000 shillings a day on fuel. I'm spending 5,000 shillings on charging. I do not have to worry about pilferage. This fuel will not be stolen. Who will steal electric current? Nobody can go steal batteries. Yes? I do not have to think about changing oil and fuel filters because those costs go. And all of a sudden, it became a business proposition. So he didn't even need a loan. He sold his own property and bought. So that is private capital being invested. So for me, I see this in 2 ways. One, we need to help the players in the policy environment to understand. Secondly, is to also help the financial institutions. When Basigo came into the market and they were asking for loans, the credit committee at the banks understand what is the depreciation of a diesel vehicle. When you tell them an electric vehicle, they have no idea. In as much as it gives such a strong commercial proposition, they have no idea. So when it gets there, it gets turned down. So it becomes a challenge. So what we are hoping and what we are seeing happening now is that there is now a taxonomy on sustainable finance. That helps align how the financial institutions interpret sustainability and climate, and also those who are acquiring the credit. It becomes a bit better to understand and to de-risk that climate investment. And our hope is that we'll see a greater appreciation of what those technologies are, and such events where you see what is going on outside there, that helps us see an opportunity to see how we can take it forward. Yep. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much. For a while, we always say in Kenya that we have enough policies, we just have an implementation problem. But this panel is proving that we still have a gap in terms of the right policies to support some of these ventures. And you speak about knowledge that is required even in the banking sector, because someone who has never had an idea within the renewable energy space, within circular economy, is not equipped enough to make a credit decision on the fate of an enterprise. And sometimes that is all it takes to write off a very good potential. Now, back to you, Joshua. Pension funds have a responsibility, to protect and safeguard savings and all that. And green SMEs have always been perceived to be high risk. Yeah? You talked about the policy gap, the regulatory gap. But what are some of the specific de-risking mechanisms that would make you comfortable enough to allocate a percentage of your portfolio to some of these ventures? Queen is very keen to listen to your response.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I like what my fellow panelists have talked about. And one, I'm happy that climate or climate-related entrepreneurship are profitable, because that means if I invest money in those entities, then I have return. Now, the issue of de-risking can be addressed by two fronts. One is converting those entities, operations or activities into what the current investment industry understand. And by this I mean you can organize investment vehicles through which the investors can come in. So this could be a private equity funds which can be set up to manage these entities so that the operational challenges that makes this entity not investable are addressed by expertise like the development partners. So the issue of bookkeeping, the issue of efficiency, then can be addressed before the investors see them. If the investors see an equity fund, they have some guarantees that they get. One on governance, so that the risk of mismanagement and losses is addressed under the umbrella of a private equity. Because when you talk to me about a private equity fund, I understand that there are structures that must be there for it to be tradable. You can as well look at the other investment opportunity or facilities like the green bonds, which I appreciate in Kenya that has now become one of the assets through which you can invest. Green bonds are just pooling of funds to support the climate-friendly ventures. And when you talk to an investor about a bond, they will understand that language of a bond because there is some surety that for you to structure a bond, you must have met some key requirements which help to address the risk that the investors are exposed to. So that will help to de-risk. The issue of taxonomy is key in also de-risking these ventures. Because if you look at the infrastructure bonds that has been issued in Kenya, the attraction is on the return, because they attract more returns than their normal bonds, because there are some concessions that the government has given in terms of taxes. They are not taxed. So the issue of taxonomy on climate-related investment vehicles then become one ways of de-risking those ventures. As a CPF, having been in the pension industry for more than a decade, in terms of administering the investment, we have tried to go beyond the ordinary investments opportunities, and that's why I talked about we are now looking at investing on palm oil or trees, which have a lot of benefits in terms of you sell the produce or you make value, you add value into those produce. And that's just one way of trying to move away from the ordinary investments limitations that we have. We have also tried to inculcate energy saving into our development activities. So we are doing affordable housing in an area like Kisumu, Anderson Estate. And in that development, we have to comply with the environment ESG requirements. So in terms of the raw materials that you use, in terms of lighting, we have tried to mix natural lighting just to try and save energy in that space. We have also tried to do some deliberate investment on energy in all our buildings. Now we want to see whether we can use solar instead of probably electricity that might not be very environmental friendly. So those actions supports the drive for green energy or green investment. But in terms of de-risking, you need to address the issue of policy. You need to address the investment vehicles that the investors understand. We can also come up with new investment vehicles that speak or that are based on the green ventures, green-friendly ventures. So if the industry, through the partners, can develop funds or venture capitalists can come in and pull together these entrepreneurships that are friendly to the environment, then put them together into a unit which the investor then can either invest equity or funds or capital injection with a clear pipeline of returns which can be securitized. The investors will come in. So the main issue is the structures to invest into these ventures. That needs to be in place. And I believe my fellow panelists here are more in that space of trying to help these entities to be investable. And that's what I said earlier on. The investor is looking for an investable opportunity, and the definition of investable opportunity goes deep into those structures like funds, governance, that needs to be addressed, and then the issue of legislations that needs to be addressed, because as an investor, I don't want to face my regulator with a non-compliance issue because I have simply maybe invested in an opportunity that is not listed among the guidelines that the investors give. So the issue of still government coming in to change policy and regulations will also help de-risk the investors' interest into this kind of investment. And then a lot of awareness can be made also, so that as investors, instead of just looking at the return, you can as well look at impact. So we now have what we call impact investment, which it can be an opportunity. So you need to make it attractive to the investor by using policies like taxonomy or concession that the government levies. The government can waive some levies so that this, at the end of it all, becomes sustainable and becomes attractive in terms of investment. Because as a pension scheme, you have a fiduciary responsibility to safeguard the investments and to make return on those investments. A balance of those two and the need to take care of the environment or climate, those three things need to be aligned by addressing the issues that I've said as a way of de-risking them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just before you drop the mic, you've talked about different investment vehicles. You've talked about policy, incentives, and all that. Some of these initiatives and some of these ideologies that you see here in Kenya, I know you have your ears across the continent and across the globe. To what extent do you think these can be replicated across the continent?
It can be, because generally Africa is rich. Africa is rich in terms of resources, which can be exploited and make adequate return. So it's just an issue of putting our minds together as Africans and owning our own problems and developing solutions to our own problem. Because we believe solutions to African problems, even climate problems, cannot be imported. It has to be originated. We have to own it as Africans and find solution for our problem. And these solutions are available to us, because if it rains today, everybody can make, any product or any plant can grow in Kenya.
Yeah.
And that plant can be used as medicine, as food. It can be replicated everywhere. If you go to countries like, maybe the climates are much better than Uganda and Rwanda and even Ghana and the rest, where generally the climates are much favorable than what we consider as favorable in Kenya. Those opportunities can be exploited and make returns to us. So it has to be an African-born solution to African problem. So it must be, we must own it as African. So I believe it can be replicated in Kenya and everywhere in Africa.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Now on to you, Paul, on that same note on partnerships and cross-border. Speak to us a bit about the potential and the opportunity you see in terms of public-private partnerships. Because when you talk about social impact, when you talk about the green entrepreneurship potential, it's not just about private sector alone. What opportunity do you see there, and what trends have you seen having worked with P4G in this space?
Yeah, no. I think for me, one of the things about the continent is there is clarity on climate. That there is a very strong alignment, even at heads of state level, on how to respond to the climate challenge, but more importantly, how to take ownership of the climate agenda. So if you look at what happened in the African Climate Summit, not this one, the one that was in 2024, there was clarity. And they were talking about green industrialization, circular economy, green economy. I mean, there was a lot of clarity on this. So at a political level, we seem to have some clear alignment on that. This particular initiative, the African Climate Investment Summit, is also complementing that bigger conversation. And most importantly, starting from the innovation ecosystem side and bringing in investors. So CPF is a good example. Entities that are actually keen on participating in this space. So we are now having a dialogue in this conversation. I'm privy to the nationally designated authorities in Africa have a network. And what they've done is they've just published their draft strategic plan to coordinate how do the NDAs enable access to climate finance at scale. So already that conversation is going on. What I also found very useful is, even in our discussion here, the way you started it off, Tobias, when you said, not even so much about the money that's out there. What about the money that is in here? I mean, we have pension funds that have resources. And what is interesting is that even for the higher numbers being talked about in terms of climate finance, the bottom line is that 60% of that fund will be domestic. Only the 40 will be external. And now that's external, 50% of external will be private sector from outside. So what's important is if we don't have alignment as private sector, including the financial institutions, public sector, where government is, yes, and then secure the climate innovations and align them, create a nexus for the three, so that the conversation is more synergetic, so that instead of CPF struggling to figure out who should create this vehicle, then KCIC should be having a conversation on, we already are creating a vehicle, or we have interest in a vehicle, why don't you come and participate in this vehicle, and we will provide the necessary support in terms of backstopping this entity in terms of compliance and accountability. So these are some of the things we need to start thinking of. So for me, I think this event provides a useful opportunity, and my hope is that we can create greater synergies. And one of the things I've come to see is that you only strengthen the continental platform building off strong national platforms. So you need to think through, how do you strengthen national platforms that integrate these players, and then those then become what is then continental. And that for me is where I see some low-hanging fruits, because there is already investments. And maybe just to share, just to touch on what my colleague from CPF has said. In Kenya, you already have concessional funding coming in to support climate resilience at county level. So you have a program where government has gotten funding from various partners, including World Bank, to actually implement climate resilience projects at county level. So each county has almost $1.5 million US assigned to it. And it's based on very clear very clear projects or climate actions. But within those climate actions, there are opportunities for climate investments, which are more commercial in nature. So the question is, how do you build that link? Because that's already been spent. But if you look at our regulation, our PFM, public finance management regimes, I mean, how do you go and identify a climate innovation, a climate startup, and award them a tender? On what criteria do you use, and still align to the the PFM. So we may need to see some flexibility or even some creative thinking around how do you deploy these climate investments so that young startups can be given an opportunity to participate in climate projects where they are delivering a climate service and probably get paid for that. So those are some of the things we need to do.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'll get to you, Queen, on just how these conversations and these deliberations, to what extent they resonate at the grassroots level, being the fact that you serve off-grid communities. But before I get to you, Ernest, a lot has been said here about policy. And over and above what KCIC does around building and catalyzing climate entrepreneurship, the organization also works on the policy front. Paul says there's an opportunity at a continental level, but it has to start from a national level. Joshua says that some of these policy incentives need to be in place. What opportunity do you see in driving some of these policy conversations, in ensuring that the policymakers are aware of what is in the ecosystem and what they need to support, and not just come up with policies from a point of ignorance, for lack of a better word? And what is also the opportunity in cross-border policy alignment that you see, especially now that KCIC has gone Pan-African?
Yeah, thank you, Tobias. So there's a lot of opportunity that we see, and I'm glad that Kenya as a country has adopted the evidence-based policy-making mechanism. Because today, if I go, for example, to the Ministry of Energy and tell them I want us to develop regulations around, let's say, solar, they'll tell me, which evidence do you have? So I think organizations like Kenya Climate Innovation Center then will play a very key role in terms of now providing that evidence. So if TechWin have a challenge and then they need a policy intervention, we can, as KCIC, document that particular challenge, demonstrate how that challenge, if it's removed, how it will now propel the sector to the next level and even unlock financing. Then two, as an organization, we're also looking in terms of now creating this, the Africa Investment Platform. This is a platform where now we want to create structures that CPF is actually mentioning about. Because you see, a CPF will tell you maybe he's not allowed to invest in green enterprises, but through the platform, as we create a revolving fund, then it gives him a platform where then he can channel, for example, funds to the revolving fund, and those funds then are then invested in green enterprises. We're also looking in terms of how do we then create collaborations. Because you'll find that we have actually very good instruments on the continent. We have the likes of Africa Guarantee Funds, we have Pan-African insurances which are there, we have investment organizations which are also within the continent, but all this work in isolation. So if we're able to bring them together, you'll find that if, for example, CPF need a guarantee, then we can also bring in Africa Guarantee Fund and tell them, as CPF wants to invest in this green enterprise, are you able to provide a guarantee for the same? Are we able to embed insurance and maybe talk to a number of insurance organizations and then provide them with this evidence? And they're then they should be able to come up with a product that addresses a climate enterprise, and maybe that risk is also reduced because now there's an insurance component. So those are some of the things. Then also in terms of now of the enterprises themselves, how do we support them to now understand the different investment opportunities and funding? So with that way, then they are also able to know, if I need this type of funding, which organization then do I talk to? And maybe even how much am I able to ask? So addressing your last question on cross-border, I think it will be good, and I think I liked what Bankole said, that if we're able to remove some of these challenges and now think Pan-African, I think that way then we'll spur economic growth around climate entrepreneurship, because then we will be talking as one. Because see, if I have an enterprise in Kenya that want maybe to go to Uganda, they should not face a challenge maybe where they're being asked now comply with maybe 15 certifications before you start businesses. So maybe one of the things from this summit, what we will be looking for are we able maybe to convene an interministerial that looks at different ministries across Africa, bring them together as enterprise support organization, give them the evidence, what are some of the challenges, for example, in Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, and how do we then harmonize those challenges into a single African policy that then can unlock financing into climate enterprises?
Fantastic, thank you so much. On to you, Quinn. Most of the communities you serve do not care about, some of them don't understand emissions or carbon credits. They just want a solution. What gap do you see in that understanding, and what opportunity do you see? When we talk about climate financing, we talk about the opportunity, we talk about the policies. The off-grid communities that enterprises like yours serve do not understand that. They just want a solution. How do you bridge that gap and still ensure that we leverage these opportunities that we are discussing on this panel today?
Yeah, thank you. So I think I will start from what he mentioned earlier. We are solving problems that are unique to Africa. So when I go to Tana River and their problem is just keeping their milk fresh until they get the market. While I know very well that from this there are carbon credits and all that, for them they just want a solution to a problem. Me, from a technical perspective, I know if I do it and I do it using climate smart technology, I also have a lot more that I'm going to gain from it. So sometimes I might not, because yes, the communities have no idea. Actually, it's the least of their worry. But you might not also, you can also not say you're going to put them down and train them until they understand before you start implementing. From where we sit, we are taking them through, why do you need this? If we do this, then this is what is going to save you. If you do this, then it doesn't matter if you don't have electricity, you're still going to survive. But if you have electricity and we do this, then this is the cost that we are avoiding. So we are giving them value proposition based on how they understand their problem. And we are giving a solution that is climate smart. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, as we wrap this conversation, as we conclude this conversation, we're just a few days to yet another COP. And the basis of our conversation today is on, de-risking locally led development in terms of financing for green SMEs. My question to you is, how differently must African leadership show up? Because a lot of these things, sometimes even with policy, it's just a matter of commitment. It's just a matter of initiative. And we should not be, talking about the potential over and over again. We should not be talking about Africa as the next frontier, year in, year out. How differently must leadership show up, both from the public perspective and from the private sector as well? Joshua, you want to take it first?
Thank you. I think there is a need to change on how to approach like the COP, those conferences that comes up. If we go there as seeking a solution from outside, then we are more like beggars and we'll be at the mercies of the owners of resources or the owners of funds, not say resources, but the owners of funds. So if we go there waiting for a solution from them, then we'll come out without a solution. We either come out with promises or conditional help in terms of, again, do 1, 2, 3, which we may not be able to do. But if we go there with initiative to solve our own problems, then we will attract the resources that we want. Resources follows your ideas. So I think for Africa, we need to go to COP with suggested solution from our own. For instance, if it is a matter of capacity building for these ventures that are climate friendly, we need to change the paradigm. Instead of just thinking of a shop where I will sell my product to satisfy myself, maybe we need to think of a scalable venture. Can I grow this venture into a bigger company that an investor can buy equity? If you start with the end in mind, then you'll be able to organize yourself properly, rather than if you are told maintain books of accounts, you know why I need to maintain, because I need to attract an investor from that point. So I think we need to go there with our own solutions. If we are limited in resources in terms of implementing those solutions, but let at least have the solutions. Let not go there expecting solutions. We go there with our own ideas on what we want to invest.
All right.
And showing the gap that you may be asking for support, but even if that support doesn't come, at least you are showing that I am going to address this problem in the next 5 years. So if you can help me to address in 2 years, then you are my better partner. But if I go there empty, how will you come? I will be at your mercy. And that's where you'll find some unreasonable conditions being attached to these funds that we want to attract from outside, or this help that we want to attract from outside, some of which you cannot implement in your own country because of your own uniqueness as Africa. So Africa needs to go there with unique solutions, and that's why I said we believe that the solution to our problems is within us. It's only the leadership and ourselves need to think of how to solve our own problems.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. So we must own it and we must solve it. Very briefly, Queen, how do you think leadership must show up differently? Not just in the context of COP, but in the context of the entire conversation we've been having.
I believe so far, the organizations that are leading these conversations have really showed up. From entrepreneurs' perspective, maybe we still have a lot of entrepreneurs to cover who may not have information or who have not been reached. But so far, we need to work towards more collaboration and talk about how we are making sure that these entrepreneurs are more visible, the initiatives that they have, because as have been mentioned, Africa has very many solutions that can solve the challenges we have and in a climate smart way. So we just have to position ourselves in a way that we are looking for people to partner with to support the initiatives that we already have. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ernest.
Yeah, for me, I think the best way we can go about it is also from our leadership perspective, particularly the political leadership, and then follow through with actual commitments and follow through with actual implementation. So if we take, for example, agriculture, during the Malabo conference, there was a declaration that a particular percentage should go towards agriculture. And I think for now, climate and climate entrepreneurship, maybe at continental level, we may need to propose to our leadership, maybe say even if it's 2% of the GDP, should be allocated, for example, to climate. That way, then we should be able to utilize those resources to catalyze critical sectors. As we know, for example, Kenya is more of an agricultural country. So you'll find that if that 2% is then allocated for environment and climate, then we'll be able to catalyze particular sectors, whether it's agriculture, renewable, that are very critical to our growth. And that way, then also it will span our investments in enterprises that are in those critical sectors.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Paul, we close with you this segment.
Yeah, no, I just would like to echo what my co-panelists have said. I think what we must understand is that the climate threat is real. And the impact on Africa will be very significant. and traditional business models are on their way out. So whether we like it or not, we must invest in climate resilient business models. And this calls for a shift, a mindset shift in our financiers, even in our businesses. Yes, traditional opening a door and just selling products and hoping that you will make money from the sales and possible servicing of those in those sales. That should probably go out. Maybe what we need to start thinking about is equipment as a service. So that it's not about selling the equipment, it's about selling the service. The government also, our leadership, must understand the youthful enterprise, the youth that we have are the drivers of innovation, and they are the ones who will give leadership to the climate engagement on the ground. So if you don't create opportunities for climate innovators to scale, yes, and to secure traction, then you have a group of very restless, I like the way Stephen said, very restless young people. So we have a big challenge, which is a climate challenge. We have young people who have the energy and the aspiration and the ideas to address it. What we need to do is to create that enabling platform, whether it is through financing, through incubator services or policy environment, yes, or even donor bilateral engagements. That is what we need to start thinking about. So as we go to Belém, I think it's important to appreciate Belém, COP30 will be the one that transitions from aspirations to tangible actions, outcomes. So it's no longer stories. We need to get to a place where we've been talking for all these years. You know, COP12 was in Kenya in 2012? Yes? And you can imagine until now, we are still negotiating whether it's 300 billion or 1.3 trillion. You know, that conversation is a tired conversation. The risks are growing and the challenge is real. We need to act. So we go with action in mind.
Thank you very much. So the courage to pivot, the courage to have a radical shift in mindset to enable this transition and to enable this change to happen. Thank you very much for joining us on this panel. Before I let you go, since you're all Africans on this panel, take 2 seconds to think of an African proverb in your native language that you feel captures this moment. So who is the most aligned to their culture? We start with them. So a proverb or a saying in your native language. It doesn't have to be in your native language. It could be in another African language. But just share with us a saying that you feel capture this moment and the spirit of this conversation. Who is ready?
I'm not sure whether you wanted me to say in English or to say in my native language.
You can say it in your native language, then you translate.
So my native language is a say that says, 𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸 It is you. It's upon you to take charge of your own life. So this is the same thing to this climate change or climate challenges. It is upon us as Africans to find solutions for our own life.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He has set the bar very high. I hope your languages are not going to let you down. Queen?
I don't think I have a native language, or if I have, I don't think I know any. I'm a mix of tribes. You know, these people who grew up in Nairobi.
Mkienda nyumbani mnasema kuelewa naelewa kuongea. Chichechi, you can't let us down on this one. Give us a proverb to conclude this.
Yeah, to conclude this, I think the one that comes to mind is one which says, because I know many people may not understand my local language, but I'll translate it for them. So it is one which calls you not to put everything in one basket. So for any entrepreneur, even if you need to invest, diversify.
Can you tell us that in your local language?
I'll tell you on the side.
Paul?
Yeah, no, the one that actually came to mind is there's a saying in my community where they say, that when you fire an arrow, if it misses with the tip, it cannot shoot with the back end. So they say you need to be careful of the arrows you have in your quiver, because you can't keep shooting and hoping that you're just aiming, it's aimless. So you're not aiming at anything and you're hoping that you'll catch something. So you'll go home hungry. So for Africa, we have a few arrows in our quiver. And this climate challenge is the animal we are hunting. And we can't afford to keep throwing arrows aimlessly and hoping that they'll hit something. I think we need to be very targeted and we need to be very deliberate. Because that quiver, those arrows in the quiver get finished and you still have the animal out there.
So we have to be decisive before we run out of arrows. Where are the claps? Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So there is overwhelming consensus in the panel that the engine of sustainable growth for Africa will be African capital driven by African leadership. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for joining us on this. I know my time is up, and yes, oh, you are here already. So take us on to the next stage as we wrap up this up.
No worries, I'll give you a photo session, so don't worry. So photographer, take this particular panel picture. So don't mind, step forward a little bit, then we make a very close, nice picture and close that session. Thank you so much. I hope you are well so far. That was too deep. I could tell the people who are here were really trying to keep the focus. But thank you. It was a roundtable in itself. Thank you so much for that. Asanteni sana. You may take your seats. Asante. Everybody in the room, tech team, are we set on the side? Just checking whether all is well. Kindly stand for a moment before I invite our next speaker. Please stand. Stretch in your own way. It is allowed medically and sustainably speaking. You should not sit for too long. Yeah, some of you stretch in a strange way, yeah? But it's okay. It's all right. Just don't knock your neighbor. Just checking whether we are set. Could you just give me that particular piece that I asked for? Oh yeah, so kindly, if you don't mind, yes, release it. There you go. All you need to do is follow me. Are we together? In Kenya, we like running. Can you stay in a running position? Running position. Everybody. Nigeria, that's how you run. Like this? Okay, just check it. All right? So we're going to run a little bit just like this, looking down and then looking up. Are you all right? Make sure your arms are moving. Come on, do that. And then up. You can turn around a little bit so that your waist feels it and then up. All right? Now stretch on the side, and then turn around. Come on, you're doing well. There you go. Let your arms move a bit. It helps the blood come back. Well done. Now you may take your seat. Well done. Just to ensure that we're healthy. Thank you so much, DJ. That was good. I know we are talking about investment. Sometimes investors need to be healthy too, right? So it is important that we do that. Some people are making noise because they're asking the question of how did you see me? It's okay. You did well. In the house, we have 𝐇𝐚𝐩𝐻 represented, and I want to call the representative right here to kindly come up. So ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, but just before I do that, I think I saw a call coming in. Oh, we're good? Excellent. I was just checking to ensure that all is well. So please put your hands together for the representation from 𝐇𝐚𝐻𝐻 coming up right here. A round of applause to him as he comes, please. This is Pius Rotich. Excellent. Karibu sana, Pius Rotich. Take us through quickly. Karibu.
So, okay. Hello.
Stage mic, please.
Yeah, it's okay.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you very much, and we are glad to be here. We could have been part of the panel, but we came a little bit late because we had some prior set engagements, and we did request that we shall come in and make some remarks. But fortunately, for me, it's good now to set and answer my own questions, because that session was actually very, very tight, and for me right now, it's good that I'm able actually to set my questions and maybe answer them. So we would like to welcome all brothers and sisters from all over Africa, those who have come for this session. And actually we are the main, this subject matter, the investment, is actually our mandate, and we should have been here to welcome you, but nevertheless, we are happy that we are here together today. So I will take just less than 10 minutes, but I would just want to say that we recently rebranded Kenya Investment Authority to Invest Kenya, and now we call ourselves Investment Kenya, and we have a lot of products for you. Invest Kenya actually is a government agency under the Ministry of Investments, and our role is to promote and facilitate investments. We take care of investments all the way until the investors set up and start operating in the country. We have a fully fledged one-stop center at Kenya Investment Authority, which you don't need to run from one office to another one looking to get your licenses and so on and so forth. We have immigration, Kenya Revenue Authority, Business Registration Service, Kenya Revenue, EPZ setup, Special Economic Zone setup, and so on and so forth. So when you come to Kenya Investment Authority, you will actually be given a red carpet welcome and a green channel to fast-track your investment. So we actually would like to invite all of you to, if you want to set up business in Kenya, if you want to invest in Kenya, please reach out to us, because we are the Kenya government agency responsible for that. Our business is to focus on supporting investors, be it on climate resilient projects or any other projects. Please welcome, and we'll give you the first-class support. If you listen to us, to Kenya Investment Authority, you'll be listening to the government. If you listen outside Kenya Investment Authority in terms of setup of investment, you are listening to the streets, and you will get a lot of hard time going out there. I want to say that we are now set up in sector focus, investment promotion and facilitation. One of them is manufacturing, which I'm the director or in charge of manufacturing, and this is where climate-focused investments are domiciled. And in this sector, we have the automotive industry, e-mobility, and clean energy, and so on and so forth. And we focus on making sure that we facilitate investments which are climate focused. In next year, 2026, we are having our Kenya International Investment Conference, the fifth one. And on the side event, we have come up with a climate-focused side event, focusing on e-mobility and so on and so forth, clean cooking. So we would like to invite all the players to come over and attend the conference, and also play a very great role in this side event, which is actually going to be an informative session. Those who are willing to maybe participate in some of these sessions, you please reach out to us so that we can be able to give you more information about it. I want to say that in the questions we had been asked, we had been asked about what role can governments play in de-risking green investments and incentivizing private participation. In Kenya, we have what we call Green Investment Fund. Is a USD 1 billion worth investment, which is actually supported by World Bank and IFC and managed by our State Department as Investment Promotion State Department, which we want to provide blended financing, guarantees, and technical support to green SMEs. Government can also deploy first-class tranches and partial risk guarantees to crowd in private lenders, like the Kenya's Public-Private Partnership Guarantee Scheme, which covers up to about 40% of project risk. Fiscal tools like accelerated depreciation, VAT exemption or renewable energy, and reduced corporate tax in special economic zones already make projects more bankable. Policy stability is equally critical, and Kenya's 3-year tax stability framework and predictable energy tariff regime have sharply reduced the investor uncertainty. We want to say that on the next one, how can entrepreneurs or investors and policymakers co-create a pipeline of investable green businesses? And of course, we are aware that at Invest Kenya, we are actually preparing a project preparation facility to move ideas to bankable stage, and also the implementation of Kenya's AGI model, which is exactly what we are doing right now. DFIs and corporates can sponsor green enterprise accelerators to bundle SMEs into investment-ready portfolios, and policymakers must standardize green enterprises accreditation to investors, which can quickly identify credible projects. And public procurement should favor certain green enterprises, creating predictable demand that attract investors. The role of Kenya Invest in this green-led investment promotion is that in our institution, we have currently 380 active projects in our database, 37% of which are green projects, with a total value of USD 52 billion in various stages of deal unlocks. So we are actually focusing on some of these 380 projects worth 2 billion, and sooner or later we have got success stories. For example, Kenya has of course proven that clean cooking can attract commercial capital. Like we have a company called Ban Manufacturing, which has sold about 6.2 million stoves, which has raised about 40 million US dollars and created about 2,500 jobs. Cocoa Networks, which operate about 1,500 ethanol stations, serving over 1 million households, backed by USD 150 million in private financing. BioLite Sequest Capital equipped over 300 schools and hospitals using carbon finance models. So we are saying that we are working hand in hand with relevant institutions, the national treasuries and other stakeholders to explore potential fiscal enablers to turbocharge the sector, which include import exemptions, VAT relief, and access to over USD 1 billion. So at the Kenya Investment Authority, at the Invest Kenya, what we focus on now, so that we can support climate entrepreneurship, we actually focus on investment promotion, climate-focused investment promotion activities, which highlight Kenya's climate entrepreneurship opportunities to attract the investors which are relevant in these sectors. Developing of green investment incentives, which offer incentives such as tax breaks or grants to attract climate-related investments, capacity building, training workshops, like we organize training sessions and workshops to equip entrepreneurs with climate business skills regularly. We do mentorship programs. We pair climate entrepreneurs with experienced mentors for guidance. And this is what will happen during the Kenya International Investment Conference in March 25th to 27. We also focus on partnership and collaborations. Climate-focused partnership. We collaborate with organizations like the Kenya Climate Innovation Center to support climate entrepreneurship. International partners, we work with them so that we can access climate finance and expertise. Facilitation, as I've told you, we have a smooth and streamlined process which simplifies the investment process of climate-related projects at the Kenya Investment Authority. Under my directorate, one-stop center, we provide a single point contact for climate investors. We also do another very important point, policy advocacy, which we support policies to promote climate entrepreneurship and investments. And in terms of regulatory framework, we collaborate with policymakers to develop support regulatory framework. Access to finance, we always support entrepreneurs to access to finance, especially with our State Department sister called Kenya Development Corporation, which I believe they were here the other day, and they must have taken through what they do. So in short, we're saying that we focus on ensuring that we facilitate and attract investment which are climate focused, And when we do this, we are actually saying that we actually going the right way, because the world, if we don't take care of our climate, we shall actually be in trouble in the next few years. We must protect our climate right now by attracting the right investment to come on board, and especially Kenya take lead. And of course, you know, the President of the Republic of Kenya is the leader in Africa in making sure that we focus on climate-focused activities, especially climate-focused related investment attraction, facilitation, and supporting them. So with those few remarks, I would like to say that welcome to Kenya, and we are here to support you, and in any other query you would like us to maybe clarify, I'm here with my colleagues. My colleagues we have, you can stand up, we have Josephine. Josephine is actually one of our lead in terms of events. We have also Elena Wahome. Elena Wahome also is a critical lady in terms of making sure that, especially the Kenya International Investment Conference is actually the one who is coordinating us. And we have Mwaura. Mwaura is actually an expert, and he has actually gone all the way to Netherlands to be trained on the carbon credit incident. So we are here with the experts. So with those few remarks, we would like to say welcome to Kenya and be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate one of our teaching. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Can invest. And we appreciate that. Let's invest right here in this particular country. One more time. Makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. So ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the afternoon end of the session, but we're ending with a good climax because there's something wrapped there. Can you see it? Something nice. Probably it's a cake. You never know, so don't go. But we want to unveil something very good, and I want to call the CEO to kindly come and for a moment let us know what's about to happen, and then we shall get straight to it. So welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause to CEO as he comes. We are all waiting.
Good morning once more. Good afternoon. Very well. So we get to that moment when we unveil the Africa Climate Investment Platform. Basically, that's what we are about to do now. And I know you've been sitting for a while now, so I don't want to take too much time. So what I'm going to do is basically just ask my colleagues to come on stage. So Ben Raminya from EADB, kindly join me on stage. Bankole, kindly join me on stage. Stephen Asimwe, kindly join me on stage. So this is the team that's going to unveil the mechanism. Who's doing the protocol from KCIC? Leading us in doing this, please come on stage.
Don't worry, I'll be right here.
Yeah,
okay. I've just been converted.
Yeah,
I've just been converted.
Yeah, thank you very much, because I know they are on the next in the next room with the demo day. So I was very happy when our director from Invest Kenya was speaking, and he mentioned 3 enterprises or 3 businesses that are doing very good things in the climate space and are contributing significantly to the economy. So, Director, I wanted to confirm to you that all of them were incubated in KCIC. Burn Manufacturing, BioLite, plus the other one. All of them started off as innovations, as ideas within KCIC. And you can see where we are. So if this mechanism is going to be handled properly, that is the kind of impact we are talking about. So the Africa Climate Investment Platform basically has 3 components. It has a knowledge mechanism, what we call the Africa Climate Institute. And the idea of this basically is to be a convening instrument because we have a lot of conversations that are happening around the climate space in Africa, conversations around policy, conversations around technology, conversations around finance, etc. So the idea is to bring all of them together into a knowledge institute so that then we can have one homogeneous Africa and avoid fragmentation. We can't do this without financing, so it will also have a financing mechanism, or what we would call the Africa Green Investment Fund, so to speak. So it will have that, and then it will have a technical assistance facility because there is an idea and there's a business, there's a way you support us there's a way you support these organizations want to become investor ready so that then they can attract the funding, but also to access what they need. Things around certification, things around technology transfer, things around business process engineering, things around strategy. So it will have all these platforms to ensure that then it can be impactful and successful. So thank you very much. I want now to move to the point where we unveil.
All right.
Okay, good. I hand you back to the MC.
Yes, please.
To tell us what the next step is.
The next step is that we want to go to the unveiling side. So gentlemen, thank you so much for keeping him company. Now let's go to that particular end. There is a beautiful lady there with the scissors. We can't wait. Here we don't waste the time. We want to launch and do it. I don't know whether Queen is still around. Is she still around? Is Queen still here? She was an amazing panelist right here. If you were there, Queen, please come by here. I would be very glad if you came by. But in the meantime, gentlemen, we got some stairs. Just come down all the way. We're going to organize ourselves. And just in case you're wondering, in case we block you, you can look at the screens. We will enjoy this live. Like we say in the studios, moja kwa moja. Excellent. Lovely. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is my only request to you before they cut. I want to do a countdown, which you will help me do. A 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 kind of thing. But please give me some nice energy in the house so that we can count it down and then we can have it cut. There you go. So maybe I will select Africa Development Bank because of the money part. So you will be assisted there by the CEO maybe to cut through. But don't cut yet. Don't cut yet. I'll count you down. Please don't cut yet. Don't cut yet. So ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready to help me count? All right. So let's go all together in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's appreciate that moment. Cut it off. There you go. There you go. Lovely, lovely, beautiful. Celebrating African climate entrepreneurship through innovation, investments, and impact. There you go. There you go. Lovely, lovely moment there. Lovely moment there. Handshakes happening. Beautiful things happening, as you can see. And the website is up and running, as you can see. Beautiful. Lovely. There you have it. There you have it. A beautiful moment there. You can appreciate better. Lovely. And the website is up there. So, gentlemen, if you don't mind, please come back to the stage for a picture. We shall take a picture up on the stage and then close that particular session. So if you don't mind, type that out. Check that website right away. Let us see, what can you see? There's already so many things for you to go and check out as we celebrate this particular moment. Very nice. Where is Queen? Is right here. Gentlemen, allow me to break that gender. So I have called Queen here as well to help me. There you go. There you go. Lovely, 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 lovely. Queen, probably you need to be at the center at this rate. Yes, especially separate the money and Nigeria. Excellent. That's very good. That's very good. That's very good. Yes, I understand one step that way, just a little bit, because we want to capture nicely. One more step, one more step, one more step. Yes, there you go, there you go. Lovely. Are we good now? Are we good? Excellent. Yes, don't worry. That's good. That's good enough. Gentlemen and lady, please look at the cameras Smile like people who are accelerating already the Africa climate matters in this country. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. A beautiful round of applause, Asanteni sana. You may now take your seats. We appreciate that moment and for what has happened just right away. Beautiful time, beautiful moment. Thank you so much once again. Please feel free to interact and check out that particular website. Log in there, see what's there, what's cooking, what can happen. I have a very important announcement for you all. A very important announcement for you all. And if you don't mind, please pay attention, especially if you are an entrepreneur. Especially if you're an entrepreneur. Very important. Why? Because the last afternoon session is a session not to miss at all. It's going to be a very short, straight to the point panel that I will be having some of the enablers of business, and so that we can have interactions and real actions being discussed. So you don't want to in any way miss that particular moment. So the afternoon session, market linkages, market session, you can't miss that, especially for you if you're an entrepreneur. But just before I close up on that, oh yeah, there you have it. In fact, I've just been alerted. Look at it. That's what's going to be happening there. Catalyzing trade pathways, a matchmaking forum for sustainable offtake partnerships. You've been asking action. Here it is. It is in the afternoon. In fact, we have decided let people eat, then come back here ready to act. Right? Excellent. So don't in any way miss out. I'm going to be very generous. Can you imagine? We're going to have early lunch. Huh? This is very good of it. Yeah? A whole 1 hour plus of eating. And this is just to prepare you as well. So we are back here, but I can tell you this, that at exactly 1:50 on the dot, we shall start running. So if 1:50 finds you still networking, it's okay, but run back here. Feel free to ask us many questions, interact with people, then we can enjoy that afternoon session. Thank you so much. Just quickly, if you just came in today, lunch is that as you exit, we have amazing stewards there that will give you meal vouchers for you to go upstairs and enjoy your meal and network. Thank you so much. Lunch is served. See you in the afternoon later on. All right, good afternoon. It's actually good after lunch now. That lunch was heavy, right? So I wish Vincent all the best, because with such a heavy lunch, chances are, climatically, the head starts going down. Anyway, so welcome back. I think some people are still being asked to come in. We can't wait for them to pop in. Please come in, please come in. The ones who are finishing the call, the one for, how much money have you closed? Please make sure you finish it up now. Then we can go on, then we can go on. Then we can proceed on. I don't know who gave me a joke. I think as I was having my lunch, we were just joking that there's some restaurants that you go to, and once you walk in there, you have to start checking your wallet. And there are signs that you should check on. For example, if the restaurant that you've walked in, the music that is being played is not on the speakers, but it is somebody seated playing a piano, start looking at your wallet. And then another sign that I had is that if you ask for the menu and they just bring you a QR code, start looking at you. Yeah, those are interesting signs. I don't know what else. But I've also heard that if you walk in there and your welcome is a hot towel for your hands, start looking at you. Yeah, but the other places that you go and you're karibu, you just sit where, is another story. It was just a joke that we were having during lunch, and it was interesting. But me, I like those jokes. In fact, I am a good collector of them. Can I read one? I like collecting them because they help me keep moving. All right? So one quick one here that I as well took up. This one was interesting. But it was only interesting for me. Probably for you it will not be. Just listen to this one, right? That my boss asked me to put a joke on the first slide of the presentation. So listen to this part now. Apparently, a picture of my payslip wasn't what he was looking for. Some of you will get it tomorrow. But someone decided to put a picture of their payslip. That means that was a joke, eh? There's another one here. I collect them. That breaking news. The man who said he who gets a wife gets a good thing has apologized. Oh. Hey, that one is touching so deep. Eh? All right. Can I say one more? Just quick lines. I'm waiting for guys to come in. Please come in, so we can have some quorum. That what is the one medicine that cures all sicknesses and depression? What did you say? Love. No. So there was an answer. It has a cetamol at the end. You know, like paracetamol. So the answer is a money-cetamol. You get it? Oh my goodness. Now I'll read this one. I think Nigeria could understand this one easier because I think they suffer from the same. So yesterday I only had 500 shillings in my pocket. I went to a very expensive hotel, made an order of the most expensive meal they had available. After the meals and drinks, my bill was 5,370. Remember, he only had 500. But the bill was 5,000. Now listen to the next part. I told the waiter I had no money. So the hotel manager was called and they handed me over to the police. On my way to the police station, I took the 500 shillings that I had. I gave it to the police. And then I was set free. Follow me for more financial management tips. Well, please don't try that at home. It's not good. It's not good. All right, I guess this is still some people streaming in. Please come in so we can have this session and get started on it. I am loving this energy in the house so that at least we can proceed on and close with a beautiful ending. In the meantime, I can't imagine how much we would achieve if only we allowed ourselves as Africa, who takes the lead in matters climate, to really take the wheel. Okay, I think we are going to go. Do you have room for one more? Just check it. So listen to this one. There are some people, this one, I should not joke in some generations when they are here, that those people who drink, who drink tea with no milk and no sugar, why don't you just chew the tea bag? We have a few people here who do that, right? Excellent, excellent. No, just one more, then I close. I will not say it again. I will not say it again. That Omwami, this is someone called Omwami. Omwami, this is a soldier being interviewed, all right, for employment. Omwami, you passed the practicals. Do you speak English? And this is his response to the security guard's interview session. And he asked this question: will the thieves come from England? Now we can close it from that. Thank you so much. You know, I understand comedians, some jokes are only funny to some people. Others, they hurt them. So if I hurt you, I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Once again, welcome to the afternoon session. I think we have good quorum. There you go. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, the ones who are coming in. I have a quick poll just to check on how we are doing. So if you don't mind, tech team at the back, if you don't mind, could you give me that slide that is there so that at least I can check out on something? Just give me that slide on the laptop. I would appreciate, so that at least we can see how things are going there on that end. Oh, there you go. So remember, you can always interact on these areas. There you go. If Africa climate investment landscape were an animal, which one would it be and why? If you had your phone on, remember how we were doing this? You can scan that QR code. We are engaging based on that. If it were an animal, what would it be and why? It's not for you to look and admire, it's for you to vote it in. If your phone can scan that QR code, the better. The better. So it just helps. And thank you for the interactions, the questions that you asked, all those kind of things. I appreciate those efforts. So let's see what you guys think. Would it be a lion because it's strong, bold, but sometimes territorial? Is it an elephant, powerful and wise, but moves slowly? An eagle, visionary, soaring, high with potential? Or probably even a chameleon, adaptable, but still finding its true colors. Let's see how the room feels. Just think in animal ways, right? Excellent. Let's see what do you guys think? Then we can officially just get started on that. If it were an animal, what or how would this be like? There you go. Okay, 12 persons. Well, I'm stopping at 20 because we're more than 20, so please go ahead, go ahead. If your neighbor has not voted in, tell them what's up, what are you waiting for? Interesting, I left the lion up there. Oh, sorry, it was the elephant. So if Africa climate investment landscape were an animal, it would be a chameleon. Interesting. Adaptable, but still finding its true colors. What happened to our elephant? It keeps diminishing. Have you noticed there are people as well who vote what they see the majority voting without literally? I'm not saying it's you. You know yourself. You thought about this, right? Yes, my sample was 20. That is very good. So remember to feel free on the other side as well to ask as many questions as you can. So this last session will be short and sweet. And the reason is because we understand afternoon sessions are amazing sessions. I don't want to use another word. So I want to invite the session chair of this particular session. But before then, I understand we will be having the climate setting, right? The climate setting being done by 𝐸𝐸𝐞𝐩𝐸𝐾𝐧𝐢𝐧𝐠. And 𝐸𝐸𝐞𝐧𝐢𝐬𝐸𝐾𝐧𝐢𝐬𝐸𝐾 is the CEO Pit to Palace Initiative, right? Excellent. So, but before I do that, the entire moderator of this session, Vincent Ogai, I was looking for you, is right here. Please put your hands together for Vincent. He's going to tell us what next. Makofi tafadhali to him. Vincent, karibu sana. Excellent.
Thank you. Yeah, this is now good. How was lunch? How was lunch? You know, when people take time to come, that means that lunch was pretty good. So, karibuni sana to the afternoon session. In the afternoon session, we are basically looking at how to link entrepreneurs to markets and the market opportunities that are available. We've talked about financing for pretty much of the time. For the last 2.5 days, we've talked about financing, mixed with the policy and regulatory issues, mixed with the need to provide capacity for entrepreneurs. But then we also ask ourselves, if all these things are there and there are no markets, so what? So the markets provide the sustainability for businesses, because the solutions that entrepreneurs offer, their goods and services, must find markets. And so that is the conversation we want to have this afternoon. And we have a very exciting panel that is going to come up. But before the panel comes up, we want to set the tone for this particular session. And the person setting for us the tone is Michaela Mwangura. Michaela is a Pan-African business leader, is an impact strategist, a global communications executive who is shaping Africa's new era of purpose-driven economic transformation. She serves as the Vice President of the Africa International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and is the founder of the Catalyzing. Ms. Mwangura is also the founder and global director of Eminence Global PR Firm Limited. She's an award-winning strategic communications and corporate diplomacy agency that works with governments, industries, industry leaders, multinational brands, and high-impact enterprises across Africa. She additionally serves as the G100 country chair for leadership and entrepreneurship education, where she champions women's economic empowerment, enterprise leadership, and inclusive development models. Her focus on linking business, government, and diplomacy to catalyze investments, build competitive supply chains, and elevate African enterprises onto regional and global stages. Basically, what this session seeks to look into. She's recognized for her ability to convene influential leaders, foster cross-border collaboration, and design systems that balance profit with purpose to drive long-term prosperity. Michaela stands at the forefront of Africa's new leadership movement, one that is bold, collaborative, future-facing, and deeply committed to build the Africa we want. That is the lady that is coming to set the tone for us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we start off, I request that if you know a friend who is still outside, please let them not miss this particular session. As I've mentioned, we've talked much about finance. Let us talk about markets from industry leaders. And after Michaela does for us the scene setting, we have a very powerful panel that blends local experience in Kenya with international experience across Africa and beyond. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us have a round of applause for Michaela as she walks to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. And also, I'd like to start by thanking Kenya Climate Innovation Center for, standing at the forefront of innovation, for our supporting initiatives, because we just came from an event 3 weeks ago on Africa Rising, and they were one of our main key partners for the event. So it's also a pleasure, and thank you so much for having me here. Listen. All right. So good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed partners, innovators, and investors and champions of Africa's green transition. It's a privilege to speak with you today at the Africa Climate Investment Summit. A summit that is more than an event, it's a turning point for our continent, Africa. Today's theme holds the key to Africa's economic acceleration, and that is catalyzing trade pathways and building sustainable offtake partnerships, and of which I know the panel is going to dig deeper into that. Yeah? So as Vice President of the Africa International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, this conversation is not just important, it is urgent and it is personal for our continent. Because if Africa is going to lead in climate smart growth, then market access and offtake agreements must move from aspiration to activation. Because as it is, Africa is no longer the continent waiting to be helped. Africa is now the continent to partner with, to invest in and source from. Across our 54 nations, a new class of climate smart enterprises is rising, designing African solutions for African realities and global markets. And that starts from regenerative agriculture in Kenya and Rwanda. We also have waste-to-value manufacturing in Ghana and Nigeria, and also green mobility in Morocco, to even solar and mini-grid innovation in Ethiopia and South Africa. One truth is emerging. Yet despite this progress, most climate-smart innovators share a common barrier. They can produce, but they lack guaranteed long-term buyers. And that's why we're here to discuss that today. They can scale, but they lack predictable offtake commitments that unlock finance. Commercial case for climate smart offtake. Allow me to paint the commercial reality in clear terms. Africa holds 40% of the world's renewable energy potential, yet uses less than 10%. We have 60% of uncultivated arable land, yet remain a net food importer. And by 2035, Africa will host the largest workforce on earth, our youth, yeah? A resource the world will depend on. These are not statistics, they are market signal, as it is right now. Signals that say Africa is the next global supply hub for the green economy. Offtake partnerships are the fastest way to turn this potential into profit resilience and scaled impact. And without predictable demand, investors hesitate. Without structured offtake agreements, capital flows. So what is our role in the Africa International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the chamber I work with, in the engine behind cross-border market access? So at the Africa International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, our purpose is bold and clear. And that is, we are not simply a chamber, we are a continental trade catalyst. We deliver this through 5 core levers. Number 1 being market linkages and deal facilitation. And in this, we connect African producers to regional and international offtake buyers. Secondly, we do trade missions and investments roadshow, that is continentally and globally. And this one serves as a purpose to open doors for Africa businesses in new markets. And also we do policy influence and standard alignment, working with government to remove barriers to trade through Africa Free Trade Area agreements, and also through working closely with different governments. And then fourth one, we do private sector competitiveness programs, and this is to strengthen export readiness and ESG compliance. And also we do investments and financing partnerships. And that is, we bring together different organizations, the DeFi's, financiers, the grantors, to be able to bridge enterprises to capitals that follows offtake certainty. So our mission is simple. Again, if there is demand, we connect it. If there is supply, we unlock it. And if there is friction, we remove it. And that's our core role in Africa International Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And I understand we have other chambers here, so we'd love to hear their role in regards to climate innovation. So today, allow me to spotlight 3 sectors where scalable offtake can shift Africa's climate trajectory. And these scalable offtakes are climate-smart agriculture and food systems. And Africa can feed itself, that's a reality, and the world in its entirety with the right offtake partnerships. Contract farming, regional food distribution agreements, and export-led processing can convert smallholder struggles into commercial success. And climate-smart inputs tech-enable traceability together with regenerative practices, and Africa becomes the most competitive green food supplier globally. We just need to align and to work together. And then another offtake is green energy and clean tech manufacturing. Imagine if a clear offtake framework enabled local assembly of solar panels, EV components, and also battery storage in 12 African countries. Regional utilities and corporate committing to sourcing even 10 to 20% locally will unlock thousands of skilled jobs and reduce import dependency. And that's what we're trying. We're trying to really strengthen supply chains and value chains in Africa. And of course, the third one, which is the last one, is circular economy and waste to value manufacturing. Waste is not a nuisance in Africa. It is a resource, if we choose for it to become a resource. With stable offtake, Africa can export recycled plastic pellets, upcycled textiles, green construction materials, and carbon credits at a scale where I say offtake equals to guaranteed demand. And guaranteed demand is equals to investments into processing, technology, and logistics, and that will be equal to jobs plus export revenue plus climate win. Allow me to repeat that again. Offtake is equal to guaranteed demand. And guaranteed demand is equal to investments into processing, technology, and logistics. And that is equal to jobs plus export revenue plus climate win. So how chambers and trade bodies turn talks into trade? How do we do that? So like our chamber, we make partnership bankable through verification of suppliers and buyers. So when you onboard the chamber, we make sure that we verify the suppliers and the buyers, and that reduces risks on both sides. And regional standards also alignment and certification support, we offer that. And we also ensure enterprises meet ESG and quality requirements. And also we create a neutral platform for controlled negotiation. And that is through platforms like Africa Rising event, where we discuss mostly on unlocking profit, purpose, and partnerships. So even though this last one is ended, the next one we're going to have it in Mauritius, and is also going to serve the same purpose, creating a neutral platform for contract negotiation. And our role is to convert introduction into signed offtake agreements that accelerate growth. Not just to network and exchange numbers, but we expect that you get into agreements, you sign MOUs, and you live here with tangible businesses here. So how do we reduce trade friction? What must change? To truly unlock intra-African and global trade, we must take bold steps. as Africans, and starting with Kenya. And number one is for us to harmonize standards across regions and also to digitize customs, traceability, and cross-border trade processes. We need to digitize that, and this is through AfTA2, Africa Free Trade Area Agreements, and of course to expand blended finance and offtake backed credit guarantees and adopt mutual recognition of sustainability and quality satisfaction. If Africa speaks 54 different trade languages, who will grow slowly, we need to speak one common language. We have 54 countries, yes. We speak different languages, and in those countries we have many ethnicities there and different languages, but we have to speak a common language. And this will move us at a very high speed if we do that. So what is my call to action today? Look around the room. This forum is not a networking session. I don't know, is it? I believe it's not a networking session, all right? It's a deal-making floor. So if you've come here, you should not just network and get the cards here and there, but you should come out from here with deals and followed through meetings, all right? So I ask each corporate buyer who is here today, investor, government partner, and enterprise here today to commit to one thing. Before you leave, identify at least one climate-aligned enterprise you can partner with. We have exhibitions, right? They're still running, and I know after the panel, you're going to go through the exhibition. So you identify one climate-aligned enterprise you can partner with to explore a pilot, a procurement agreement, or a scalable offtake collaboration. Are we together? Will you purpose to do that? Yeah? Before you leave, you ensure that you identify one climate-aligned enterprise you can partner with. And if every organization in this room today activates just one partnership, yeah, we will walk out of this summit having unlocked millions in trade and a new pathway for inclusive green growth. And it will serve as a purpose for the next meeting that KCSC is going to have, all right? And so, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is not waiting for permission to rise. We are not, all right? And we are not here to admire problems. It's not the reason we are here to hear the climate problems. No, we are here to create solutions, forge partnerships, and open markets. Today, I invite you to think beyond conferences and commitments. So many conferences being done every single day, every single quarter, every single month. There's so many, But that's think beyond the conferences and the commitments, to ask a far more important questions. If we all live with his insight, then we have missed the assignment. We don't want you to live only with insights, all right? We want you to live with deals, agreements, and MOUs. But if we live with connections, contracts, and continental collaborations, then we have shifted Africa's economic trajectory. And this is our moment to build an Africa that produces, supplies, exports, and competes globally. This is our time. An Africa that is profitable in the climate transition, not left behind by it. An Africa where sustainability and prosperity work hand in hand. As the Africa International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we stand ready to partner with every government, enterprise, investor, and ecosystem builder in this room today. And together, let us unlock the markets, sign the deals, and ignite the climate-smart trade renaissance our continent has been waiting for. Because the world is moving, and it is moving very fast, and the AI is making it more harder, and Africa must move with intention. So I'm here to thank you all, and I look forward to co-creating lasting partnership with you throughout this summit. So I'm here for a few minutes, yes, but I'll be happy and glad to connect with each and every one of you who is here today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we thank Michaela for that powerful opening. One of the greatest take from that is that a brilliant innovation dies. Did someone pick that? Our entrepreneurs in the room. A brilliant information dies if Thank you, Mr. B. If the market does not meet it halfway. Very powerful. And also very passionate about what they do at the Africa International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the sectors they prioritize. I hope our entrepreneurs in the room from across Africa, you are able to identify the opportunity there where you can plug in. And of course, as Michaela has rightly put it, this particular investment summit is meant for deals, you know, deals on financing, deals on markets. So let us not just talk, but let us talk and identify where the opportunities lie so that we follow through on those opportunities. With that, then we shall have had a very successful climate investment summit. So how many entrepreneurs are in the room by a show of hands? Thank you. So, you know, this was actually meant for you to be able to identify where the market opportunities are and who else you can collaborate with. So our panel that is coming now to take us through on this, they are just going to have a quick round of 2 questions each, and then from that, we hear from the entrepreneurs. That is why there's no entrepreneur in the panel, but we give all the entrepreneurs the opportunity to speak from the audience. Sawa sawa. You know, in Kenya, we mix a bit of Swahili here and there because Swahili is also now an AU language, right? Yeah, soon we are pushing it to the UN. So, you know, when I say sawa sawa, I mean it's okay. So, can I have my panel up? We are having a powerful panel from the east to the west, but also covering sub-Saharan Africa. So next to me there is Bankole Oloruntoba. Let us encourage him, please. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Climate Innovation Center. A great friend of KCIC, he has been with us and still with us. Next, we will have Dr. Mwema Wambua from the County Government of Machakos, the Deputy Director for Innovation and Industry. Let us clap. And one special thing about Machakos County, maybe from those who are not from Kenya, Machakos is one of our governance units in Kenya, how we are administratively divided as a country. So Machakos is a county with its own government, its own executive branch and legislature. So he is a director, Dr. Wambua. And one thing about this particular county that I always mention is it produces fruits, a lot of which go to Europe. Yeah? You go to Germany, you go to France, and you buy the dried fruits. Chances are they are from Machakos County. So Dr. Wambua is going to tell us what tricks they're using those sites. Next will be Mr. Michael Njane. Michael Njane works with the Kenya Industrial Estates and is the head of business advisory there. And so, as a government agency, we'll also hear what they do. I would also, at this juncture, invite two of my friends. I call them French people because they have very, high affiliation to France. Mr. Robert 𝐇𝐚𝐩𝐩𝐲𝐢𝐧𝐠, who works at Business France. Thank you. At Business France, Mr. Robert covers sub-Saharan Africa. So he's going to give us that experience from across the borders. And lastly, my very good friend Wanjiru Kiare, who also works as the CEO of Pit to Palace Initiative, works a lot with the youth, works a lot with the women in helping them find opportunities within this particular space. So, karibuni sana. Bankole, karibu. When we say, as a frequent visitor to Nairobi, I know right now you're used to awards, right? Thank you so much. So basically, what we are going to look at is where the markets are, how to, make linkages to those markets, and the best practices that are happening across. And then after this, we want to see our entrepreneurs really going for those linkages. I will start off from the West. And from the West, the experience of Nigeria CIC, the experience of Bankole across supporting climate entrepreneurs in Nigeria, but of course also across the region. Our audience would be interested to understand what models of partnerships have effectively supported enterprises with sustainable solutions when it comes to access to structured markets, both within and outside Nigeria. So what models of partnerships have you seen working from your experience in Nigeria, but also if there are any linkages across?
Thank you very much, Vincent. Earlier we were talking about, intertrade and, interpayment. I think one of the best steps for us as either entrepreneurs, business owners, development, practitioners, one of the things we need to always, factor in our daily jobs when you're thinking of expansion is to, first of all, try and strike out a, conversation with people within the same sector where you find yourself. And for anyone who is already connected with KCIC, then you should know that automatically NCIC is already your partner. So one of the questions or one of the statements I've been telling everyone that I've met in the last 2 days is, if you, for whatever reason, need a connect or a contact in Nigeria, give me a call, or I'm just one message away. Because again, there is no way you can understand a market if you're not speaking to people that are in that market. But to make it a little bit more interesting, take yourself up from wherever you are and just take a flight or a drive, whatever it might be, to that country or that economy where you want to be, and then connect with the kinds of people that you need to connect with. That will help you understand the market even a little bit more. We see our colleagues from the East, when I mean East, Asian side, in the West, always taking a step to, first of all, do a research about that ecosystem, find somebody within that ecosystem, particularly using hubs, using investment vehicles, VCs, bankers, name them. But the trick to this trade is, first of all, you need to identify someone, or someone that knows somebody. And then you take a step to get into that market. And when you get into that market, always understand that in every country where you find yourself, it is always better to partner with someone from that country. It will be easier for sales to happen. It will be easier for connections to happen. And when we see, what we've seen over the years around startups, again, is that many ventures or at early stage or at growth stage always find it hard to want to partner with other African businesses. They rather want to look for bigger, European, Asian, or US companies to partner with, which there's nothing wrong with it. But I think that if you take a little bit step further and you try to understand how business is being done by other countries, and there's no other way you can do that if you don't partner with someone within that country. So take a step. I am offering NCIC for now. If you would like to connect with Nigeria in any market, reach out to KCIC to reach out to us, and we'll find a way to make that work for you. If you also are looking for other aspects of West African countries, you just might never know who we know as well, because there's also a Ghana CIC, and very soon we'll be setting up an Ivorian CIC. So you see that the network is already expanding, and that helps you to also have a taste. But the little bit of knowledge you get about that country is, that you are deliberate about, is what helps to build the kinds of interest that you need to find within that country. I think I'll stop.
Thank you. Thank you, Bankole. You have put it in the very simplest way possible. And I hope the entrepreneurs are picking up some very good notes. I want to move to Europe. I want to move to Europe because I want to move to France. And so, to Robert, what is happening at Business France? I know probably some of our entrepreneurs are hearing about this for the first time, but looking at it from the point of view of business linkages between Africa and the North, with your experience across sub-Saharan Africa, what does that look like, and what opportunities are there, particularly for green businesses? Robert.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd start off by just explaining what we do, and then I'll come back to your question. So we are the Trade and Investment Agency of France, and our core business is looking for opportunities for French companies into the African continent, as well as looking for African opportunities and African investors that can actually work with French companies that want to come into the continent. We have a policy of working with companies that are not in oil and gas. So we are no longer doing oil and gas. We used to do it before, but I am sure you've been following since the 2015 COP21. And since then, we've been focusing more on green projects. So for African opportunities, we are looking at how French companies can bring in technology that can answer all these climate adaptation and also mitigation challenges that Africa is facing. We are also looking at capacity building because there is superior technology in most French companies that can, and European companies in general, that can work with African companies here, so they can do capacity building and work together in that field. And then there's also the financing aspect. You mentioned that you've been speaking more on the financing these couple of days, but you cannot go ahead with these projects without the financing aspect. We know that financing is expensive here, and some of the financing solutions that are being offered by European and French agencies are way much cheaper than what we have here. So we've been doing this, and we've been working in the different areas in adaptation, mitigation, and also just looking at areas like captive solar, looking at areas like water and sanitation, and coming up with smart solutions that are climate friendly to our regions. So we cover a big area, East Africa. The Nairobi office covers East Africa, but we also have a Nigerian office for the western side. We also have a Southern African office for that. We've not been working alone. We are working in partnership with government agencies, French government agencies, but also Kenyan, Ugandan, Rwandan, Tanzanian government agencies in accomplishing some of these goals. So I think that from the French side, we have the technology, we have the capacity building, we have the financing, and then from the African side, the need is there, the demand is there, and also the opportunities are there that can be exploited together by these solutions that the French might offer.
Thank you. Thank you so much for also putting it in a way that brings out the opportunities from Business France, from across Sub-Saharan Africa. I want to go to Michael, who is the head of business advisory at Kenya Industrial Estates. And really, I would look at it from the simple point of what you do, but also from your perspective, what incentives or what policies you see are also able to drive market opportunities for our entrepreneurs based on what you do and your experiences working at Kenya Industrial Estates.
Thank you, Vincent. Thank you, colleagues, for all the good things you've said today. I wish I was here when you were talking about financing, because I'll start by saying Kenya Industrial Estates is a development finance institution, and our target is MSMEs that are in value addition and manufacturing, and we have products that benefit them and grow them. And one of those products is credit financing, and we do lend to businesses based on their needs. If they want fixed capital, if they want working capital, we lend to them at 10%. I like Robert words of saying we have some people offering cheap finance to their SMEs and businesses in Europe, like France, and that is where we want to go. We are currently at 10%. Perhaps out of conversations around forums like this one, we can also get partners who can enable us to go below 10%. And His Excellency, the President, has been challenging us to go below 10%. And we hope that soon, once we do restructuring, we will be there. The other thing that we do is business advisory services. We do a lot of trainings and consultancies to enable businesses to have strong foundations and get what they need in terms of soft skills and even technical skills. It is not only for MSMEs that we do consultancy, we do also for institutions. I love among the fact that among the panelists we have someone from the county government. We have worked with many county governments as the other level of consultancy support, and we give them technical support to do resource mapping for their county and identify the areas of opportunities where we could do investments. And the outcome of that kind of an exercise enables them to then market themselves and look for investors. And we can co-create feasibility studies for a particular investment that can be done. The most recent one was for West Pokot County, and they are currently adding value for 2 factories that we proposed in certain areas based on the feasibility that we did. And they are doing value addition for milk and mango. Other than business advisory services, we also do incubation services. We have incubators. We build and we in the industrial areas fit for purpose facilities, and we partition and we give to smallholders on a very friendly leasehold of about 5 years. So for the MSMEs that are here and they're willing to partner with us in terms of enabling them to get what they need, those are some of policy initiatives, because we are a government institution, policy initiatives that can come to support the MSMEs. The other thing is that we want to continue the narrative of helping them to go green and embrace climate-proofed investments in their models. We are working with a lot of partners currently. And I want to mention Pit to Palace. We are co-creating solutions. They are one of the partners among the many we are doing solutions with them. And we hope that it will add value as part of our initiatives at our level. So then the incentives, we can talk over credit interest rates that we are doing, 10%. You will not find that in Kenya. You are right, Robert. It is really expensive getting credit in Kenya. So we at least offer that incentive. and we hope soon we'll go below 10. Then the other thing is that all our trainings are very subsidized. We do trainings, capacity building at very friendly rates, and we also do incubation at very friendly rates. So you find that all those are incentives and some of the initiatives that the government is offering through our infrastructure. Thank you.
In terms of opening up markets?
In terms of opening up markets, we promote linkages. Actually, we are now currently preparing for our performance. Most government agencies are preparing for their performance contract evaluation, and we have to report what we have done to support linkages. So basically, if we bring businesses together, and first of all is horizontal integration of what they are doing, we ask who among ourselves, among the people that we are supporting, can purchase from each other, like co-creating from peer to peer. And we enable people, for example, somebody could be making oil from pumpkin seeds, but they have nothing to do with the rest of the pumpkin. Someone else is making flour from the pumpkin, the flesh of it. So we enable them to create solutions. Whatever you don't need, you can sell to someone else, and whatever perhaps you are creating is also something someone else is buying. So peer-to-peer at that level, we also do exhibitions, and we expose them. If you've been to the Nairobi International Show, for example, and I'm sure all of you have been there, what we do, we pick a bigger space than we need, and for free, and we give the rest of the space to our customers, and we enable them to come and have access to markets. So that is at the horizontal level. So we also promote vertical, where smallholder businesses can do on subcontracting. They can join hands and handle a bigger order, and we try to support them to do that in terms of linkages. We also try, in the past, not currently, we used to help businesses to export into the region. And we have success stories where we have supported businesses to export in the region. A good in case, somebody making thermal blankets and called specialized towels, one of our clients, we support them to do export, and many, many, many others. So we really support, we are big on linkages at local and international level.
Thank you, Michael. And the Kenyan entrepreneurs, when Michael leaves off the stage, he's the guy to go to. He's the guy to hold his hand, right? Yeah, don't leave him. Those are very wonderful opportunities in terms of market linkages. I want to go to the CEO, Pit to Palace initiative. I know that you focus much more on inclusive value chains, particularly those that are led by women and youth. And so my question is, what you see are the opportunities, for driving demand and competitiveness for green markets by focusing on inclusivity, particularly for women and youth, because when we talk about that particular segment of the population, combined, they're the largest in Africa.
Absolutely. I'll just start by saying that 60% of all household purchasing decisions are made by women. That's number one. Number two, population of youth in Africa, 70%, maybe 80% plus of the population is under 35, depending on which country where you are. So is it not better to be the designer of the product that you're taking to the market? The bulk of your emerging market, the people who are going to be buying your solution, are women and youth. Just as we have talked of, if you want to enter a market, partner with a local from that market. So if you want a product which is going to be sticky, which is going to be embraced, which is going to be responsive, it needs to be designed by women or youth. This product will be more relevant because they are lived realities where women and youth are struggling. Maybe it's a cost maybe it's access to energy. You're no longer having to walk so far to get firewood because there's a clean cooking solution. It's the cost of food. We know a great youth-led startup that is piloting, actually it's live, that food from restaurants at the end of the day, as opposed to it being thrown away, it is now you can bid on the box at a fraction of the price, maybe at 10%. Something that would be 500, you're now able to buy it for maybe 85 shillings at the end of the day. That reduces food loss and it discourages kuinama. So these are solutions which have been designed from the lived experience. And then there are solutions which will become very, very sticky because now it is the norm. And then once I see this product, it is relevant to me as a woman or as youth, I'm going to start buying it. It's going to be very difficult to walk away from something that really, really understands my lived realities and at a price point that makes sense. So the more that we are encouraging women and youth to innovate and to bring to market these products, the more that they'll be taken up. And then the competitors will have to either comply or you lose out. So that's why inclusivity, I find it to be extremely important. The people who are wearing the shoe, they know where it pinches, and they're the only ones who are going to lead this type of innovation and advancement in the marketplace, especially in matters green. So please, I want to encourage all the entrepreneurs, when it gets hard, come to Kenya Industrial Estates. Watawasaidia sana. Yeah,
thank you. Thank you so much for that. And that is, because I also look at across the room, which is mainly made up of entrepreneurs, very good women entrepreneurs like Lucy. I saw her here. I don't know whether, yes. And I know you are happy about that. I hope you are not going for pitching. Okay. Yeah, so thank you. But also for the youth entrepreneurs, and of course, not leaving anyone behind. Because when Wanjiru says that 60% of decisions on households, what is bought in the household, is by women, right? That also impacts us, right? It also impacts us in a way as men. So, in the spirit of leaving no one behind. I just mentioned when we were opening that you eat a mango in Germany or in France, chances are that mango has come from Machakos County in Kenya. The Director, Industry and Innovation is here, Dr. Mwema. And this actually goes to how our local governments can also support enterprises in opening up markets. And they could do this from different perspectives, working with national institutions, working with international institutions, development partners, whatever practice they may put in place that other local governments in Kenya can learn from, or other countries, local governments in other countries can also learn from. That is the lesson that I would request also another good friend of mine, Dr. Wambua, to be able to share with us some insights on that.
Perhaps I would request you to take the question once more.
Yes, what do you do as a county, basically, in supporting enterprises to...
Right, thanks so very much. Thank you very much.
And don't be swayed by the Germany and France issue. Right. It can be either local markets, but can also be international markets.
Right, thank you very much. My name is Mwema Wambua, as has been mentioned, from the Department of Industry, Machakos County. Just to start with the fact that county governments cannot work in isolation with national government, equally with other state and non-state actors at the local level, at the national level, and at the regional, international level. So for us as a county government, we've made, of course, through the leadership of our governor, we've made a deliberate effort to work in collaboration with national government agencies to promote enterprise, more specifically for local as well as for export markets. Perhaps I would mention several of such instances where we've had a chance of working with national government agencies, development partners. I would start with the most recent case where we have county governments coming up with the County Aggregation and Industrial Parks. It's briefly called 𝐸𝐚𝐻. The 𝐸𝐸𝐻 is one of the most transformational interventions or policy interventions that has been initiated in this term by many of the county governments, of course in close collaboration with the State Department for Industrialization. It is evident that in the last around 10 years, there is that accelerated attention towards increased value chain development across the country, across all counties, and that therefore there is that observation that there is a lot of post-harvest across value chains. And in the case of Machakos, for instance, you find we have increased productions for the mango value chain, avocado as well, the citrus fruits and these oranges. We have the likes of pulses, fresh produce. And so therefore, the 𝐸𝐸𝐻, or the County Aggregation and Industrial Parks program, is really very important because number one, it addresses the challenge of post-harvest loss management, while at the same time creating opportunities for enterprise development for our young people, for women, especially in the grassroots. What basically is happening is the 𝐸𝐸𝐻 provides an opportunity for enterprises, for farmers, to aggregate their produce for both local and international market. In situations where such produce is not fully utilized as a local market, it's made available for export. And in doing this, in readiness for the 𝐸𝐸𝐻, there is that heightened attention from the county governments, specifically county government of Machakos, working in the Council of Governors, working with the State Department for Industrialization to ensure that our farmers across the county are on standby for the operationalization of the 𝐸𝐸𝐻. Basically, what we're doing is working on issues like, the technical capacity development for matters relating to standards, issues about sanitary and phytosanitary matters, traceability, so that as our farmers are producing their produce, they are aware that much of what they produce would be for local markets, and the deliberate attempt to ensure that our entrepreneurs or enterprises equally have interventions meant for, targeted for export markets. And so therefore, it is deliberate by the county government of Machakos to ensure that our farmers produce with having in mind the market for their produce. Let's say we're talking about the EU, for instance, or now the expiring AGOA. We have to have our farmers or our enterprises aware of where is the target market before they even start production, so that they don't produce goods that may eventually not find market.
Right.
Right.
Thank you. Just quick follow-up on that.
Right.
I also must have been biased because I started with the story of a mango,
right,
which is within the agriculture sector. So I wanted to also follow up by asking, but I also understand, by and large, our economy is largely agricultural. But beyond that, beyond agriculture, are there opportunities for enterprises within other sectors?
Right, yeah, thank you. Besides the agriculture sector, that is really doing well in Machakos. Of course, other SEKEB counties, SEKEB in this is southeastern Kenya economic block. We have Makueni. Makueni, their figures equally doing good, especially for mangoes. Kitui as well. We're looking at other value chains. For instance, the county government of Machakos is deliberately working with special economic zones. For instance, we are aware about the Athi River EPZ, the export processing zone. And in the EPZ, you realize that attention is not only to the agro processing. We have other investors involved in the apparel and textile. We have other investors involved in beef. And so therefore, there are deliberate interventions by the county government. Of course, intersections within departments, like we are in industry working with also in investment, we are working with departments like cooperatives and agriculture to ensure that we develop as many value chains as possible for uptake for local markets and within special economic zones, for instance, in the case of the EPZ. Not to mention the leather value chain. The county government of Machakos, of course, with the Leather Development Council, there is the Kenya Leather Industrial Park, which is in Kinani, in Athi River. So the county government is deliberately working with our farmers to ensure by the time the leather park is ready later this year, that we have our farmers ready to uptake space within the leather park. Of course, Concert Technopolis, we are aware that Concert Technopolis is the shared utility or infrastructure development bordering Machakos, Kajiado, and Makueni. And within the Technopolis, there are spaces for investment, for export processing zones and the like. So it is our duty as a county government to continually speak about these potential opportunities for our entrepreneurs, so that as we look at our competitive advantages in the agriculture sector, we can equally have interventions in other sectors.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Daktari, for that. I'm going to take the only round of questions now that I'm going to give, and then now it goes back to you. I see Mr. B is really itching, to contribute to this conversation. And so I go back to our friend from Nigeria, Bankole. When you made your first comment, I figured out that it was much more looking at the entrepreneurs and what they should do. Now I want you to look at us, innovation hubs, support institutions, governments, financiers. Are we doing enough to be able to create, even as we support these enterprises, are we doing enough to be able to create a continentally interlinked enterprises with serious market linkage issues? And if not, then what must we do? Now looking at it from this other side.
So I think we're doing our best within our capacity, if you ask me. I mean, if whatever the level of capacity that you have, I mean, that is how far you can get to. If at this point what we're doing is to build those businesses, I think that being able to allow those businesses also to be aspirational. I think there's too little you can do about it, right? You can push and push, and then the business owners will be the ones to agree to themselves. Do we want to expand to another country? Do we think there's a market for me in Uganda? Do I think there's a market for me in Nigeria? Do I need to explore, to be able to see? I think that, first of all, every country wants to be sure that they have something to present on the table. Every organization, every hub. Because it would be ridiculous to extend an arm of friendship or business and then you've got nothing to sell, right? So what is the point of we trying to connect when you really have nothing to sell? But if what you're selling is the market that you have, then again, you need to be able to think a little bit wider, to be able to get the right data around what is permissible in your own, in your own economy, what is doable, right? And also, how do you make it easy for those who would like to come from other African countries? Because every time we talk about partnerships, I don't think most African businesses look at African companies as the kinds of people they want to partner with. I mean, I've asked it so many times, and then, but because we also want to build a Pan-African ecosystem, then we need to look for African partners also to deal with. We know that a classic mentality of everyone who is looking for partnership is based on finance, right? It's not. There's nothing we can do to change that. But while we're trying to look for more money, understand that the bigger your market, the more money you will be looking for, or rather, the more money you will get. And like Joseph said earlier, that if you've got something tangible to sell and you've got something interesting that has market value, then being able to find local partners also is very important. I think there's been quite a number of conversations around looking at Pan-African kind of systems, on how we'll do business. But not so much has been done, around that part. Those who are doing it very well at a high level are doing their best. But within the middle stage and also the lower stage, there needs to be that deliberate or that deliberate intent from business owners, entrepreneurs to want to take a step outside their comfort zone and see whether there's a chance to partner with someone else that will be able to buy my goods from other country. I think that innovation hubs, again, can be that, that very simple tool that can enable anyone connect with any country, particularly in Africa. We've got multiple innovation networks and ecosystems, right? We've got financial ecosystems, we've got agricultural ecosystems, we've got startup ecosystems. Because I remember one of my first, my former, innovation work was around digital innovation and startup development. And we went around Africa talking about how startups can be better, how do we interconnect with each other, how do we do business, how do we acquire, how do we merge, how do we open new markets for each other. And everybody kept saying, oh, the system is not there to support startups and all that. But still, for a country like ours where there's constant complaint about how the government is not supporting, I think that when it comes to business, there is a lot of work you need to do as a business owner. Having government on your side is a very wise thing to do as a business owner. Having government on your side is a very wise thing to you. And I like to take that cue from Dangote. No matter how angry Dangote is, he will never be angry with Nigerian government. There's absolutely no way he will be angry with Nigerian government, right? And again, he would not go outside Nigeria and be angry with every other African government. But he's always looking for new businesses, right? And that, again, if you look at that cue, it makes you understand that how you sell yourself and your home matters a lot. There's a saying we have in my dialect that only a bastard will point to his father's house with the left hand. And, you can't go outside to talk about business and then you castigate your country. There's nobody that will take you serious. It's already that notion that African countries are not serious. But then we are still here. We're all still giving birth to children and they're still growing up and there'll still be more Africans coming at the back. There's just so much we need to do when we do not take that personal responsibility as business owners to sell the country where you're from. Every country has got a problem. I have a slight, I have friends in Finland, and for the last how many years, Finland has always been, the happiest country in the world. But when I speak to my friends, they're like, come on, it's just a research, But it is obvious everybody says you are the happiest country in the world. And the systems are working compared to where I'm coming from, if I will use that comparison, right? I mean, everybody go outside, you vote for little things. We want to change the street light. Everybody votes. Randomly, we vote to change street lights and co. But again, I can't use 200 million and 230 million people in Nigeria to compare to 5 million or 6 million people in Finland. There is no way it is possible. So every time everyone wants me to say, what does the future look like for me? I always like to use or visualize Wakanda. No matter how it is a fictitious city, I still believe in me that some way, somehow, that is how we could have been. Right? And we still have to be proud of the businesses that we run from whatever country that we're from. And we should be eager to want to connect to another market which we think it might align to the kind of market that we have. And I think that innovation hubs have done a great job in stimulating, quick thinking and straight to market, opportunities. Innovation hubs can still do even much more, in tying financial interest together as well. The NCIC, we modeled our activities after the KCIC. But if there's one thing that we're very sure about is that we should never stop discussing around climate finance. We should always be within the financial sector. Because again, that's how we can help people to be able to understand what the market is like. At one point in my life, I got tired of startup conversations. Because everybody's sort of acting like a victim. Oh, there are no funds out of here. Oh, except you have a white startup partner, except you do this like that. Well, everybody's right, like I said. Nobody owns the monopoly to wisdom and how you should react. But one thing you should also find out is that while you are there, trying to portray us or trying to carry on that poverty porn nonsense that everybody talks about how Africa is this level or that level, I think that it is our duty to make us be attractive enough to want to attract the kinds of interest from other countries as possible. Many times people say Nigerians are too brash and they are too bold. Well, no matter how we complain about our country, we still love it, right? That's the only country we have. We don't have any other country. And there was a time when we had that JAPA move, which is, I think it has died down a bit. So JAPA is this term we have for migration, right? And so a lot of people said, oh, the country was burning, oh, all of us are leaving, that there'll be nobody left. And I kept laughing, laughing. We're 230 million. You can leave. I bet it will not pinch us one bit. But you will leave, and then you still keep looking for information of what is happening back home. So you will leave and you will come back. And I've met a lot of other older Africans, that have castigated so much, and then at the end they still want to come back home and rest. So we should always try and understand that whenever we're doing business and we're thinking of expansion, let's sort of hold on to the kinds of institutional partnerships that we can find. Governments are creating investment vehicles. I listened to the gentleman who spoke about Kenyan Investment Authority, right? That is now called Invest in Kenya. Every country has got an investment authority. So whether you're a high-end business owner, you're a growing business owner, look for the investment authority of that country and speak to them. If you think you don't want to do that, then find institutional partnerships within your ecosystem. Chamber of Commerce is one, right? Innovation hubs are another. Professional associations, we all have accountants here. Everybody's got accountant professional bodies everywhere in the world. That could be a nice aspect for you. We have engineering bodies everywhere in the world. You have academic bodies. You have youth groups everywhere in the world. Let our interests as Africans will be to open more doors for other Africans. And let our interest not be to always talk about how we are suffering. Everybody knows that everybody's suffering one way or the other. There is nobody you want to tell about your problem who possibly doesn't have his own problems. So let your conversations not be focused more around the problem, but rather about how beautiful you are as a country that is very interesting for anybody else to want to come to. Am I saying that it's going to be easy? Hell no. But you see, in that aspect of not being easy, there are a lot of people that are still thriving in that aspect that is not being easy. So let's continue to look for new partnerships, break out of the norm. You can put it within your mind and say, I want to study what is happening in Ethiopia, in Benin Republic, in Ivory Coast, in Nigeria. I want to see how the business environment looks like. And if you're buoyant enough to take a trip, I will repeat it again, take that trip. 1 week, 3 days, 4 days, make your few conversations and your few connects and visit, right? So with innovation hubs, the reason why I love the innovation hubs, model is that when you get into an innovation hub or when you connect with innovation hub, you already have at your reach a small community of maybe another 200 to 1,000 people that you can relate with to be able to have a conversation. And somewhere within 200 to 1,000 people, you are bound to find 1 or 2 people that is going to interest you so much that you'd like to do business. So let's as Africans take a little bit step out of our box to travel across Africa. Many times in Nigeria, people think traveling, when people tell you that, I travel a lot, when you ask them where, they said London. Where have you traveled to? US, London. Those are UK. Those are the only 2 bigger states that many people travel to. That's okay. There's nothing wrong traveling to the US and UK. But there are 54 countries in Africa. 54. You can go anywhere in Africa. We have 54 countries. You should try and explore. If I'm given $1 million now to be able to travel across the world, I will definitely travel 54 African countries. And that is very important. Because if you don't, there's no way you will understand that next door to you there in Ghana, right, they will love something that you have. Or you might find something that you love that you would like to bring back to your country. You might see a design, you might see a model. So, and when you find out, like we were joking during lunch, with Steven, that there are so many similarities in all of our languages, in all of our mannerisms and behaviors, right? And when you get to understand it a little bit more, that aspect or whatever makes that juice interesting for you to do business, you will find it. I know there used to be this lady back in the days that I know, Umpo. Umpo dedicated her life to sit in Nigeria. She's from Botswana. And then we didn't have that much conversation with Botswana, right? And she took film and movies as a very serious component for her to interact, not just South African as that region, but as a Botswanan to want to engage with Nigeria. And she did her role and her engagements in Nigeria so well that the Botswanans have to identify and use her as that major, inroad to be able to get into Nigeria. I have a very close friend of mine that works with the Nigerian government, right? And she's from Kenya. And she never denies it that she's from Kenya. Even when she speaks, you know she's from Kenya. And everything she does for Nigeria, she says we.
Right.
She said, oh, we need to do this more. You would think she's speaking about Kenya. No, she's speaking about Nigeria because she was right out of presidency of Nigeria. And she's helping us do a lot when it comes to agriculture. Right? And so when you look at it that way, there are many of us from different countries working in different countries doing fantastic things. We need to just open our minds a little bit more and engage with other African countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Bankole is a true, proud African. And when he spoke well of our governments, despite the challenges that we have, I could see Dr. Mwema and Michael really happy, as government representatives in the panel, that as business people, that is the same language I speak to them, that we used to have, during our one-party rule, they used to say that the government is the father and the mother, right? And I tell our entrepreneurs that the same is true even today. In as much as we have multi-party democracy and everything, but still the government remains the mother and the father, and we have to find a way of working with them. Many opportunities. In the example of Kenya, we have so many government institutions that work to support different aspects of business, including funding, market access, and all that. So sometimes it is always the lack of awareness among entrepreneurs on which door to knock on. But I can see Bankole putting a lot of emphasis on the entrepreneur, that you have to go out of your way. I want to come, this is a French space, so it's a European space. And I want to ask Robert about, those enabling conditions that our businesses must meet. It may not be all, but just at a very high level, because we have this strong belief in our country and in most of Africa that when it comes to goods and services, for example, that go to Europe, they get the best. Is it because of, the tight regulatory environment? Yes, we have our own regulatory environment, which may not be as tight. But what are those, speak to, for example, an entrepreneur here who wants to access a market in France, for example. What are some of those enabling conditions that that particular entrepreneur must be able to meet in order to be able to access that market?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think first and foremost, you must look at aligning with international sustainability standards. We must do more research on, for example, the European Union Green Deal. Maybe look at the OECD standards and maybe the UN Compact conditions, that are required for such projects to take place. So I think more research needs to be done on that. And then secondly, also transparency. I think data collection should be very transparent. We must be able to show records from, for example, if you're having a farm and you need to show the process from farm to fork and the data collection from the way you're planting all the way to the harvest, and everything should be very clear for you to be able to export some of these things and products to European Union space. I will bring you back just to say that Europe is not very far away from our region, because we also have other regions that are European Union, but within our space. For example, in the Indian Ocean region, we have the island of Mayotte, which we had possibility, we had the opportunity to go and visit with some of the companies, Kenyan companies that actually do organic foods. And I'm sure Wanjiru also might comment on that one because she was part of the delegation. And we also have the island of the Reunion Island, which is also European Union space, which is not very far off. So some of these places, they have the, what can I say, European standards to the way they are doing things, and they are not very far off to where we are right now. We were able to sign a deal between the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Agency for Development and Innovation of Mayotte for the importation of everything that is bio from Kenya to that island, because some of these island nations, they need some of our food products. And we are also proceeding to see if we can do the same with Uganda. We hope to come there soon and have something that is similar that is signed for those markets. So coming back to the question, I would just say, please comply to just your international standards on sustainability. And I think you'll be able to work very well and benefit also very well from financing that's coming from European Union, private equity funds, and also agencies from different governments within the European Union that are funding adaptation, mitigation, and also energy sector, water sector projects within the climate space.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. I want to quickly go to Michael and Wanjiru, and then we open it up to the entrepreneurs. And Michael, market readiness is a big issue. Market readiness for entrepreneurs, particularly in a way that makes them competitive, but also makes them be able to access the more formal markets. I always use a simple example. We do some snacking on the streets where you can do your groundnuts, on the streets. That groundnut, when you buy it on the streets, it is cheaper, right? Way, way cheaper. The pack that you buy is at 50 Kenya shillings, that's slightly less than $50. You buy it in a supermarket, the price may go as far as twice or thrice. So in terms of market readiness, what examples or what best practices can you give us from your side, from Kenya Industrial Estates, as to what you do to also ensure that the enterprises that we are building are market ready and makes them competitive and makes them be able to access the more formal markets?
Thank you, Vincent, for that question. I think the lowest hanging fruit for you to have market readiness should be around your product. And for us, what we do, we've been supporting SMEs to understand the value of quality of what they are offering in the market. If I remember the question your predecessor asked, based on what the previous speaker was also speaking about, and it was about quality. If you have something that the market is ready to buy, you will always be in business and you won't go wrong. So we emphasize on innovations around the product, helping them to perfect the product. And we do this in partnership with a number of agencies and institutions. There is the Kenya Bureau of Standards. There is for those who want to obtain standards about their product and even their processes. I know it's really expensive to get international standards like ISO and stuff like that, but we support them to get what they can do at their own level, including partnering with agencies like 𝐸𝐽𝐾𝐧𝐢𝐧𝐠. We have very many trainers in our institution who are Kaizen trainers on quality and productivity improvement. Personally, I'm one of them. So we help them to also organize their business, including the factory, simple things like layout and how you handle defects, and ensuring you don't have a lot of defects in your product, so that when it goes to the market, customers will keep asking for more. And customers will not doubt that you're offering them quality for money. Then the other thing includes the entire processing innovation, you can have processes that are also not, giving you quality for the product. So process innovation, quality on product, quality on the whole organization, things including how you manage your own staff, because everything speaks to the same language of quality. You cannot manage your staff badly and expect them to give you a quality product. They can even sabotage what product you are taking to the market. So we tell them all managerial things from scratch. What is it that a successful entrepreneur requires? There are those personal entrepreneurial competencies. We take them through all those. And in our curricula, which we have actually been able to revise and review recently with support of our partners like 𝐸𝐧𝐠, I see them here on the board. We have worked so hard to ensure that whatever we are telling them to do from the basics is really talking to the quality. We also have things like coaching. We coach you for a period of about 6 months, and we trace the journey we have walked with you from day one. We have data on your baseline, what you are starting with, and by the time the coach visits you on very many visits in the premises, we are now able to see how you have transformed the business. So everything has to speak together, and we don't do this alone. We do this with partners and partnerships. I understand this is the language here. Partnerships for quality. And in the SDGs, partnerships come in SDG number 17. It has so many things that we can do together to ensure that we elevate our products, we elevate our businesses to the next level, and we cannot do it alone. We have to do this with our partners. Thank you.
One thing that I pick from that, Michael, is being able to have quality products for you to be able to sustain your markets. Because again, you want to be compliant. For example, for you to be able to get local certification by our Bureau of Standards or even international certifications, then your product must be able to meet a certain standard, and that is very important in sustaining the market. Lastly, to Wanjiru, we have the small-scale enterprises, or rather what we call the MSMEs, and sometimes having challenges, particularly with off-takers at scale, because of their sheer size, their sheer numbers, probably the volume of production still very low. What mechanisms have you seen work in linking the small-scale enterprises, for example, to the off-takers in a way that also opens for them up that space and sustains for them that particular market?
Yeah, I don't know if very many large off-takers can sustain for a very long time buying from smaller producers out of goodwill, because at the end of the day, they are also running a business. And this is the mentality with which, as a small producer, as a micro SME, even if you're just a provider of small services, you must approach your business relationships from this perspective. The value you create needs to be shared amongst all the sides. So wherever it is you're sourcing your raw materials, wherever, and I'm imagining that you are doing the value addition internally within your business. Perhaps you can benefit from being hosted by some various spaces, such as the Kenya Industrial Estates Incubation Hubs, or, we've even been hosted by the at a space owned by the government of county government of Machakos, where we are running a climate entrepreneurship. What should I call it? Accelerator or incubation program. So you approach these things from how are we going to share our value so that you can help me. I've observed with large supermarkets here, Carrefour, for example, as a small-scale producer, what I might like your product. Maybe it's very artisanal, it's very unique, the quality is so good. But can you go from producing 1,000 units to 10,000 in a month? What does this mean for your business? I know, as I've been in the supermarket game, perhaps as Carrefour, for a very long time, for decades, I know that when I take from you, I'll take you 60 to 90 days before I pay you. But I also know for a small scale, wherever it is you're going to get all your raw materials, you're paying immediately. And then after you've paid, okay, now you've bought this, you've gone to process it, that's even adding more. So by the time the good is reaching me, it's almost 120 days, if not longer. So how can I enable you? I also know at the same time, whether if you're youth or you're a woman, you go to the bank, it's going to be so difficult to get capital because you're going to be asked for collateral, which because of just historical socioeconomic matters, it is less accessible to have that collateral as a youth or a woman. So what have I seen Carrefour do? When they come to onboard you, first you get very many hoops you have to jump through because I need to be sure that the source you bring for me this time will be available next time. It won't be what we call pata potea, come here, not there. But more importantly, it's going to be the same. Like how when I buy Heinz ketchup or how when I buy Coca-Cola, it's going to be the same. So you're taken through various governance steps. I'm not sure whether the supermarket will give you that technical assistance. But when you pass all of these governance steps, you're also connected with the funders who will give you the trade finance at affordable rates, removing the headache of running around. You know, there's many people out there who might offer you trade finance, but at such exorbitant rates that at the end of the day, you'll find that you're left with no profit or you've delivered these products at a loss. So this is one of the more practical mechanisms. Another one which I have observed, for example, is with Project Rudisha, with EABL. I wish they were here today, where they're able to, but Kiseki Enterprises benefits from it. Because we have entered this contract with you to offtake the reverse logistics of our glass bottles, you're helping us to benefit from this, what do you call it? From our recycling and our environmental impact and our lowered carbon footprint commitments as an organization. Commitments which are in place because they are an international organization and they have international regulations which they have to comply with. So this, now once you've entered a contract with a large firm, I can go to my bank and then my bank knows, or I can go to a different financier and they all know that EABL is good for it. EABL is a high quality customer. So therefore, I can extend to you a credit line, an overdraft, whatever it is that you need to be able to fulfill this business order. But at the same time, when you're doing business with these larger organizations, even if you're doing it for export, it is so difficult to go from point A, to go from production in your home, in your kitchen, in your backyard, to go from a co-working space, to go from a rented production space. By the way, also government once more, KIRDI has production spaces which they enable. You know, it's like a rental, timeshare of equipment for production. And it supports consistency and high standards and quality. Also, thanks to the government interventions. So you need to find ways to benefit from this technical assistance. Now, it has been mentioned about traveling across Africa. Us as Kenyans, number one, KCIC, I really appreciate you guys because you bring technical assistance with the capital. If we count the number of, if we can call it an ESO, Enterprise Support Organization, in Kenya, which are combining the two, I don't even think you'll reach all the fingers on your two hands.
Thank you.
But just to, yeah. Oh, yes, you're welcome. But do you know, as Kenyans, we are even better off than Nigeria? When you see a call for this new program, how many Nigerians do you see leaving and coming and then setting up over here? Because they don't have enough. They don't have enough, yet they're still so driven. Even AFDB has said, West Africa, including Nigeria, needs much more investment in technical assistance. Over here, as Kenyans, you just throw a coin, you hit 10 TA programs. Between here and the door, I can get accepted into 2 and have a great business by December next year, if that is a path which I wish to take. So take advantage of these opportunities. Don't write yourself out and say it's not for me or it's going to be difficult. These opportunities is what will help you to go from point 1 to point 2 to eventually being a trusted supplier to the large organizations, that your business has that long-term sustainability. Finally, in fact, next week I'm going to Dakar and I'm going to visit some hubs. Last month I was in Tunisia. Hey, let me tell you. Now I'm the one who's going to apply to go to Tunisia. Because I entered, it was a government and private sector forum, summit on ESG, sustainability matters. How to make this, they're about a 2-hour flight away from Europe. So how to help their enterprises comply so that they can get access to those markets, so that also they can have the capital deployed. Last year, one of our technical assistance programs supported a startup in Kenya in Series B to expedite. Their investor wanted to give them Series B funding, we're talking about $10 to $20 million range
on average. The investor said, we'll give you the money after you've done all of these things on sustainability. So that's when they ran to our program saying, now we understand, can you help us do this quickly? Because they're looking at it as it's going to be a 2-3 year thing and we need the money now. So we helped them, and within 2 or so months, they were able to start getting the first disbursement. And more recently, 2 months ago, they were very, very happy with me because I received the rest of it. I'm still waiting for my Christmas gift from them. So what I saw in Tunisia is what happens. TA programs are very expensive. We can do them again with all the goodwill, but the financial cost, the economic cost is the same as what you and me will meet in the market. Maybe the TA program might be free, maybe it might be subsidized, but the trainers, they're getting the full rate. All of the experts behind it, they're getting the full rate. So someone, somewhere, is left with a bill. So how can we collaborate? How can we form partnerships? As KIE has also mentioned, looking for partners to be able to lower the cost of finance further, to be able to increase the amount of finance capital that they're able to onwards lend. I have seen when DFIs come together with the government, there is this incubation hub called the DOT. Yeah? It's a DFI, it's a government, it's an innovation startups from the government side. It's all of the startups over there in one space. It is in their Gigiri, by the way. It's not somewhere downtown or in industrial. It's so nice. It's in the nice side of town. It's massive. Everyone, including investors, VCs, are housed or have offices within the same building complex. So now the ecosystem is just thriving in that way. The innovation. Now the government comes in, they're able to put in money to help people innovate, grants, and get from point A to point B. The DFIs now come in with a blended capital to get you from point B to point C. Then now, it's a capital. You know, capital now is a journey. It's not a snapshot. Then now you have your government also, your government DFI, coming in and giving you concessional debt. Concessional debt, which is also a bit patient. Because when you're given capital, and then you're innovating and you're producing, I've been given the money today, I won't get paid until 9 months from now. How am I paying? Before month 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it needs to be patient. And then through this journey, you grow your technical assistance, you grow your technical capacity as an organization, you grow your governance capacity as an organization, you grow your name and brand as an organization, you're able to unlock business with larger companies, international companies, and export markets. And it's from that point onwards where you'll be able to access the actual commercial debt from commercial banks. So this is the journey, and I really wish, I hope, I'll get to see more and more of you go through it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Wanjiru. And when you gave us an example from Nigeria, I saw Bankole nodding in agreement. So that is...
If I'll add to that, right, and it's true, because even in Nigeria, when we're talking about climate finance and TA and co, when we give the example of Kenya, we say, look, almost everything goes to Kenya. Like, we keep asking ourselves, how did they do it? Like, how do you guys keep attracting everything? I mean, the UN says we want to build our UN capital in Africa. Oh, guess what? Kenya. The British says, oh, we would like to do some financial sector, blah, blah, blah. Guess what? Kenya. The EU and everybody says they're trying to do this other program, and we're committing XYZ to Africa. Guess what? Kenya. So we don't know how you guys did it. In Nigeria, we say, cut us soup. Cut me some soup. Meaning that, tell me, how did you guys do it, right? That means cut us. So please, Kenyans, cut us soup, I beg. Let's know how you do these things.
I'll cut you some soup during dinner. Thank you. The conversation has been interesting. I guess we all agree. But we cannot end it without having some reactions from our very participatory and interactive audience. So I will go this way among the rows and pick maybe 1 or 2 each, and then we get final reactions from our panel, and then we will move out. I'm told the exhibition area is still active. Then from there, we will move on to other activities. So let's have some reactions. Someone to help me with the mic, please. By show of hands. Okay, so this side becomes the stronghold. So we start from Mr. B, and then we go behind there, and then there's a gentleman on this other side. Ladies are not reacting? Oh, close to Mr. B. I hope you are not from the same enterprise. Okay, fine. You get the opportunity. Can someone please help with the mic? Thank you. You can start from there. Yeah, just very specific question to a very particular person, and if possible, just one question, please.
All right, thank you for this opportunity. My name is William Kapesa from Silo Africa that deals with the making of smart grain silos that protect the farmers from post-harvest losses. My question goes to Robert 𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐸. You've talked about doing research on institutions so that we can be able to be certified for an entrepreneur to move this commodity to another country that has already market. My question is, after this exam that has been done, how long does it take for this enterprise or this entrepreneur to be certified to start a rollout of his or her commodities in another nation? Thank you.
Thank you. That goes to the French. Next, here, the second row.
All right. Thank you very much. Very interactive session and learned a lot of lessons. My name is Joseph 𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐸, founder and CEO at Mr. B Limited. At Mr. B, we innovated the first ever eco-friendly concrete beehives. And Dr. Wambua, this goes to you because I pay taxes to your government. I'm based in 𝐶𝐚𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸, which is Machakos. And once I'm done with KIA, because I know what to do, I would want you to hold my hand and show me how to pay more taxes to you. In this manner, we not only manufacture the hives, we manage them, and then we harvest and buy all the honey, and then we use the honey to manufacture natural cosmetics. So you're talking of lotions, you're talking of body creams, your lip balms, shampoos, and they are kept certified already, very high standards. And just to show you the kind of interest they have, we already selling them in 11 different countries, like Germany, okay, Austria, the United States, UK, Zimbabwe, and so on. Not in commercial volumes, but customers that are isolated in those places. So my question to you is, with the kind of innovation we have, how would you help us as Mr. B to penetrate specifically to some of these markets in commercial volumes, okay? And especially to the UAE, besides Europe? That's our question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. B. Just give to the lady in yellow, and then we'll finish off with the gentleman at the back.
Hello, everyone. My name is Janet, as well from Mr. B. I'm in charge of the value addition, and my question goes to Michael, Janet. Really not a question, but a statement that I'm really impressed by the work you're doing at the Kenya Industrial Estates. I do agree that we do need to learn more about the process so that we can be onboarded into export markets. So I look forward to interacting with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let us clap for KIE, please. That's a very good comment. It's not always that you get good comments like that for a government institution. Thank you. The gentleman at the back.
Yes, thank you. My name is Vincent Willing. I'm the founder of Greenet Mine Limited. We are a social enterprise based in Turkana County, manufacturing clean cook stoves by recycling metal waste. I have two questions, but very short. And the question are direct. The first question is for Bankole. I like the intervention on being African, and I'm still having a worry because we are all African, but there is a trend. Probably most of us are not observing Before, most of the market were going to the West, and to reach a point where currently Asia is one of the most attractive continent currently, with the Arab countries and all the trend we can see. But I always believe African can be the most attractive continent by 2030. So the question is, do you agree with that? And if so, what are some of the trends that can lead us to believe that African is going to become the most attractive market in 2030? And then the second question is for Dr. Wambua, part of the government. We observe the fact that youth are part of the majority of the population we have in Africa, but also we realize most of youth are going outside to look for opportunities, yet we can value our skills and make our country more valuable. So what are some of the practical action as a government are in place to ensure youth are not selling themselves outside, but they are making value of their skills for the country and for Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. So we go in that particular order. We start from Robert, then we go to Dr. Wambua, and then we finish with Bankole. Robert.
Okay, thank you. I think the question was on how long does a company take to access the market, the European market, once it complies with the different, so I think, first of all, I think all of us need to look at the EPA agreement that was signed between the European Union and Kenya, because that one allows 100% tariff-free exports of Kenyan products to European markets. And there's a sustainability, there's a binding sustainability chapter when it comes to the EPA agreement. So they encourage a lot, anything to do with green technologies, renewable energy, and circular economy goods. So right now, this is an opportunity to actually export agricultural and manufactured products to the European space before the 25-year, lapses. I'm saying before that because Kenya should start gradually letting in products from Europe within the next 25 years, but protecting the agricultural and sensitive sectors like the agricultural sector. So I think, first of all, we need to do more research and look into what EPA is all about. I think now we can export to Europe 100% tariff-free. I think we are the first East African country to do that. Others are looking into it. We hope they will come on board soon because, the agreement was signed under a lot of political pressure and a lot of challenges from the different East African countries. So Kenya had that opportunity to sign that. So secondly, I'd like to mention that there are different government agencies that are actually licensed by the European Union to for example, the Kenya Bureau of Standards. They work together with the European Union to make sure that the quality of products that are being exported are rightly so. For plant products, we have the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, that's KEFIS. It's licensed to look into everything that is European grade to be exported there. So I think if we look within ourselves, the government itself, it's very well, how can I say, structured to help Kenyan companies export to these spaces. And I think once you just are able to comply with all these conditions, you can access the European market 100% tariff-free. So it's just for us to do it, and we need to look into it right away. And sensitize ourselves also, because there are so many businesses that don't know about this, and I think we need to keep sensitizing people on the EPA agreement that was signed between the European Union and Kenya.
Very, very important, so that we see where the opportunities are. I can see, they are happy about that because most of the entrepreneurs may not be aware of such opportunities. Exporting to Europe, duty-free. Very important and a very big business opportunity. Dr. Wambua, you had 2 questions. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Vincent. Mr. B Limited, first I want to take this chance to thank you for choosing to invest in Machakos. As we always say, that Machakos is the place to invest. Thank you. We hope that you still extract your raw materials from Machakos, especially parts of Ayata and Masinga, where we have the Ani value chain doing well. The question about how as a county we would be in a position to support you, allow me to mention that as the county investment unit, we are charged with the duty of guiding investors. When they are setting up, we facilitate them, then we promote, then we equally offer aftercare services. So in a situation where, like in your case, we already set up, we are able to provide aftercare or investment facilitation or aftercare services. In your case, you are looking towards finding new markets. What we do as a one-stop shop, we have a technical team at the county investment unit. We are able to listen to all investors, in this case in your particular value chain. And then we talk to national government agencies, as previously mentioned by our colleague Vincent here. Counties are working with national government agencies. So in this case, in the case of Machakos, for instance, in your particular value chain, all we need to do is to check with, for instance, the export processing zones at River. And we are always in constant interactions with the EPZA, the authority, because from within the EPZA, we are able to align existing or upcoming investors with already available markets for export. Whether into Africa or elsewhere in Europe or the United States, it is our duty as the county investment unit to link you up with available markets, both locally and internationally. We also work with agencies like the KPROBA, the Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, to help agencies like yourself to find markets, even offer technical support. For instance, if you need some support on matters relating to certification, we work with such agencies to ensure that your brand is vibrant both locally and in the international system. Right. So when I go to Machakos, I should find your brand, and anytime I'm in Braunschweig or Frankfurt in Germany, I should equally find your brand. Of course, if possible, made in Machakos, right, or made in Kenya. Right. For our colleague, investor from Turkana, Clean Cooks Stoves, what we are doing as a county government is that we are deliberate as far as youth-related interventions are concerned. First, initially I spoke about the county aggregation and industrial park program. It is a deliberate intervention, of course, in collaboration with the State Department for Industrialization, to have programs that are tailored to meet the needs of the young people, trying to intervene on how we can create opportunities for the young people to get into agro, especially agro-processing. We have so many of our young farmers involved in agriculture. Can we tap them into this Skype program, create spaces for them for aggregation and for markets, both local and export? Finally, Machakos County, as late last year, the county government initiated the Machakos Youth Service, because it's the observation by the government that so many young people are yet to find employment, formal, like white collar kinda. So the government of Machakos is deliberate, mapping young people across all sub-counties and tailoring their training needs as per market, employment requirements. For instance, we work with, let's say, the EPZ at River. We engage them and find out what maybe labor requirements do you need. And so therefore we go back to our local, the young people, we train them to meet the market, the labor needs of the EPZA. So in a situation, the EPZA would require to recruit maybe some bit of staff. Right. They can reach out to us and we're able to supply with them trained young people. Finally, the Machakos Innovation Hub. We have already established the Machakos Innovation Hub because we want to put in interventions for the young people, startups, SMEs, and all that. Organizing events like the Machakos Youth Summit, Machakos Innovation Summit, that's coming up sometime next year. In 2 weeks' time, we are having hackathon that is organized in collaboration with the UNDP, with the Concert Technopolis. We've already mapped out the young people who will be participating in this hackathon, because the final candidates can easily find financing from UNDP and related technical assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. I go to Bankole very quickly.
All right. First of all, I want you to remove that 2030 from your list. Bros, we have been attractive since 1665, right? If we were not attractive, nobody would come here to come and colonize us or tell us we should accept Christianity or Islam or something. We have been attractive since 1665. I don't know why 1665 is the number that I chose, but we have always been attractive. As Africans, I love to preach this. Let's stop listening to too many narratives about who we are. We're a thriving economy, we're a thriving people. If we were not attractive, we would not be here. We would probably still be tying wrappers and leaves all around the place. But you and I are here setting up investment platform, trading in crypto, doing a whole bunch of crazy stuff that is making us alive. So we have been attractive. I refuse to accept that 2030 timeline. I will say that if nobody thought that we were worth it, nobody would cross how many miles on ocean and fight malaria. In fact, in the course of doing that, I guess the British invented gin and tonic. So you see, we have been very, very attractive, right from day one. And I don't want to get personal about it. So I think that when we're doing business, the best thing we should tell everyone and ourselves is come and do business, not whether we will be attractive by this time. People will try to, look, if you don't take time, people will put you in a box, either personally or generally. So at every time you have to fight it, fight from being in a box. Because if once they tell you, by 2030, XYZ will happen, by 2060, bros, they've been putting us on that timeline for only God knows how long. So let's all of us in the room understand that whatever narrative, either from whatever organization, I don't want to call names, is, know that the fact that you and I are speaking English, we have been attractive since that time. And let's remove our mind on whether people say that we are not capable or not. We are capable and will continue to be capable, right? People will always make us look small because they want to dominate. If you choose to be big, we will continuously be big. Now, the African map is way bigger than the way you see it. The way you see the African map that you think is smaller than other maps across the world is a humongous lie. Our landmass is it's gargantuan. If there's any word outside gargantuan, let us just put it there. The African landmass is huge, very huge. Right. So when you look at international or global plan or global politics, I don't know whether to say probably quite a number of people are afraid of what we might become if we are ever allowed to get up to one point. But if you do a little history searching, too many tamperings have happened in so many ways, either from our governments being fed with crap and we keep hurting ourselves, or our economy is being pushed to focus on something else when we should be focusing on something else, right? Or the need of them saying that, look, this money will help you do X, Y, Z, when we all know that that money is going to go to, something that really doesn't concern us. So please, for everyone in the room, Africa is attractive. Africa has been attractive, and we will continue to be attractive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 1 minute each to Michael and Wanjiru to make your final thoughts.
I almost wanted to joke before he talked and tell him whoever markets Niger movies is doing a good job. Yes, because Niger movies are loved here in Kenya so much. So the other thing is that the ITC, International Trade Center, is setting shop here in Kenya. Again. Yeah, so Janet, thank you for your kind remarks. We will pick it up. And with more information, especially like the ITC coming here in Kenya, they will be showing us where the markets are available, especially for your products. And you see even the quantity demanded, and we should be able to partner with all the MSMEs in all the sectors, and we should be able to support each other. Finally, there is a study that has been done by Kenya Industrial Estates, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, supported by the World Bank. We were mapping industries in Nairobi, and soon, once the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry has released the documents officially, you should be able to see where industries are located in Nairobi, and I'm so sure Machakos and other counties should be interested. We should be moving and scaling the pilots to other counties. So we should be doing this, and Kenyans and Africans, we are as good as the best there is in the world. Let's continue encouraging each other, your product, your business should be able to compete with all the support that we are getting through CIC and all the other partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wanjiru. Thank you so much for those opportunities, Michael.
Yeah, I just have two challenges over here. I'd like to see an incubation hub for SMEs by KIE in Konza. I hope that by this time next year it can be something that is live. It's a dream of mine. And the second and rather the final one, in fact, I'm very excited to hear about the hackathon, because we really struggled to get youth who are founding green economy startups in Machakos County for our climate early stage accelerator program. So we do hope that we can attend this event and see also, are there people who did not get our message who would be able to come into that loop? Yeah, and for any youth over here, founder in the green economy, very, very early stage, pre-revenue, you're still trying to figure out your idea properly, we're happy to help you with that to get to MVP status, and then we hand you over to the business incubators that will push you along your growth. That's not just for Machakos County, but for every county in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. So we finally give them a round of applause for all of them. Asanteni sana. So we have come to the end of the session, and please, the exhibition section is on the right. As you get out of the entrance, then on the right, you will be shown where it is. There's also opportunity to interact with other delegates attending other sessions within the summit. So please get to interact. I will have my panelists for a short time in the VIP room for another engagement before we release them to you so that you can also interact with them. Thank you so much.